Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. My name is Andrew Lutz. I know most of you here. I'm Associate Professor and Chair of the IT department here. And I want to welcome you all to our college. And actually, we have a guest here who is our current Chief Academic Officer, soon to be Provost, I believe. I don't know if that's official yet.
On the first.
It's close, but Dr. Mickey McLeod joined us. Just a brief welcome to the college.
Per se, thank you for taking time out of your busy day in a world that seems to be full of constant crashes and incursions. I know that your work is highly valued and that you are chased stem to stern, trying to turn out more cybersecurity professionals because everybody's worried about everything right now, and media coverage doesn't help that. So I will say, welcome to Johnson County. Thank you for kind of sharing your time, your expertise. I know that summit meetings and opportunities for any sort of professional engagement make us all better. As a medievalist, I'm a little bit more comfortable with swords and shields than sometimes with technology. And so folks who have that skill are special breed of individuals to me who are incredibly useful, and what you do for our students is really, really important. So sharing that knowledge that you have of what's working, what's not working, more importantly, helps us to avoid a lot of pitfalls and doing things that we need to be better at. We really appreciate both that sharing, but also being able to share what things are going on here. Andrew and his folks, excellent, and have really lifted the college kind of on their shoulders regard to our education practices around cybersecurity and also the way in which we work with our students in this space. Approaching that CAE, making sure that we do all of the things necessary to maintain that high standard. Something's really important. I know that you all live in that world and have similar responsibilities. So on behalf of your Chief Academic Officers, I'll say thank you. Because we all know how hard it is to keep up and maintain accreditations, to really stay ahead of trends, and to make sure that we're providing students with relevant and applicable education experiences across the board. It's one of the more difficult things, kind of staying ahead of the pack. So things like this is really helpful to us. We hope that it's helpful to you. We hope that you get some great out today. And if nothing else, that you get camaraderie and some shoulders to lean on. You want to call somebody and go, oh my God, let me tell you what happened. Because sometimes those interactions are more important than anything else because they can keep us afloat. So thank you very much for your time and talent and for sharing with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Real quick, we do an audio check on Zoom. Are we coming through good? Thumbs up? Or
yeah, sounds good. I can.
Sounds good. All right. Very good. So I think a lot of us know each other, but I think it'd be a good idea to do introductions. I introduced myself over who I am. But maybe we'll get some thumbs up on audio. Good. Maybe we'll start here in the room and then we'll head over to Zoom. Start here.
All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Chuck Bales. I'm from Moraine Valley Community College. I'm the program coordinator in the Automation Engineering Technology program. But more importantly, the reason why I'm here is I'm on the grant team, along with basically everybody in the front row and some of the people that will be presenting today. And it is at our request that y'all are here. And we're going to talk a little bit more about why you're here, but we're glad to be here. So I will pass the baton off to my esteemed colleague.
Hi, I'm Christine Christensen. I'm a faculty member at Moraine Valley Community College. I'm also on the grant team. I also serve as director of faculty development. I'd say that I'm a professor also in computer information systems. So very excited to be here. This is a wonderful campus. And I know we've been here before for the league and it was just a wonderful experience. So I'm glad to be back. So thank you. Nice to meet everyone.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming. Stan Koska from Moraine Valley Community College. I help run the Midwest Hub Regional Resource Center, which is a 10 state region in the Midwest. Then we're transitioning to this new project of K-12 education through the community colleges and continuing on to university. So thanks all for coming.
Morning, my name is John Sands. I'm also with Marine Valley. I'm a department chair and faculty member. And I've worked with Andrew on several different projects, even with Andrew, I guess we served as a mentor on your first CE application.
It's true.
Yeah, and I've been teaching for 35 years at Moraine and been to Johnson County many times. Our institution, your institution, have a lot in common. Both league schools, and our presidents have been good friends over the years, and our faculty have worked together in different projects. So we're happy to be here, and hopefully you'll find some things interesting that we're sharing with you today.
My name is Jessica Tickle. I am the cybersecurity instructor at Shawnee Mission School District. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Lewis. I am the program director of IT at WSU Tech.
I'm Russ Nelson. I'm an instructor in computer science at Kansas State University. I'm standing in for Eugene Bassman, who sends his regards. He would normally be here, but I do a lot of our K-12 outreach programs, so he felt that I could come and fill in pretty well here. So nice to meet you all.
Hi, I'm Sarah Barron. I am a counselor for the Blue Valley School District and the liaison between Blue Valley's career ready programs and Johnson County Community College.
I'm Amy Sellers. I work in Early Pledge as a program director here at JCCC, and I partner with our K12 like Blue Valley and Olathe County Mission with different programs, and cybersecurity is one of our career ready programs.
Hi, I'm Amy Hookman. I am Kansas State University also, and I'm on the SLIDE campus. I also do a lot of outreach, and I have involvement with NC-LIT's Aspiration and Computing Awards, so trying to get females into STEM areas.
Hi, I'm Bo Luo. I'm a professor of KU in ECS. I'm also the director of the Higher Assurance and Secure Systems Research Center. I'm part of a big team that runs our CAE, we're CAE and the CAER. And we also do other cybersecurity education and outreach activities. Like we do Gene Cyber summer camps.
I'm Blake Bryant. I'm a professor of practice and the director of IT programs at the KU Edwards, so like 2 blocks down that way. Yeah, first time here. I just replaced Heather McCain, so you might have known her. Basically, after the job that she had.
Good morning. I'm excuse me. I'm Kelly Tynes. I'm the director of instructional support for the Olathe Public Schools, and this is my first time in an IT thing. I'm not an IT person, so please give me grace.
My name is Tim Shipley. I am a high school teacher at Olathe South High School, and I also am the facilitator for the 21st Century Academy Computer Science Academy.
I am Barbara Gonzalez, CTE coordinator for the Olathe Public Schools, and I oversee all of our career technical education programs, middle through high.
Thank you, everybody. And I think we'll jump over to Zoom now. I'll just go by names here if that's okay. So Ashley Urban, you there?
I am. Good morning. I'm Ashley Urban. I'm from the University of Kansas, and I'm the program manager for the ICCAE program. And I work with both the Lawrence campus and the Edwards campus.
Thank you, Ashley. Appreciate you being here. Erin McGinnis, you there?
Yep, I'm here. Hold on just a second here. Having trouble. Not sure that worked. Hi, my name is Erin McGinnis. I am with the state of Kansas. I work for the Kansas Information Security Office. I am the director of cyber collaboration and preparedness. And so I work with school districts. I work with the counties, cities, municipalities. I provide additional training for our state and local communities on technical courses. We bring them in from CISA and FEMA DHS. And then I also do exercise design, and I work with our internship program here at the Kansas Information Security Office. So thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Jesse Hairston, if I'm saying that right. That's correct.
Yep, you got it. Hey, everyone. Good morning. My name is Jesse Hairston. I work at the University of Alabama in Huntsville as an assistant director in the Center for Cybersecurity Research and Education. And I lead up the efforts to design the Ring curriculum that we've worked on for the past couple years, And we're working on deployment right now, making sure that we put the Ring high school curriculum in the hands of teachers across the nation, as well as teaching it directly to high school students all over. So I'll be presenting about Ring today and showing you the resources and telling you how to get involved in it and also how to sign up for the materials. So looking forward to that. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Jesse. Kim, are you there?
I am. I'm Kim Rehagen. I'm a middle school teacher in Blue Valley. I've taught at the middle school level for 36 years. I also teach driver's ed there at Johnson County Community College. So we're just kind of wanting to bring as much computer knowledge to our middle school kids as possible. So excited to be here.
Thank you, Kim. Michael.
It's sunny.
It's sunny. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mike Casani. There's a cat on my shoulder here. That's why I'm blurred out here. But I'm from Brookdale Community College. I'm a professor and chair of engineering and technology, and also director of our Center for Academic Excellence. And I'm part of the grant team. So this is a distributed team, and I'm happy to be with you today.
And he's really serious. That cat is on his shoulder 24 hours. So if anyone knows of the solution, let them know. Take care of that cat.
Oh, that or
Sergio, are you there?
Yes, good morning. My name is Sergio Salinas. I'm the director of the Center of Academic Excellence here at Wichita State University. I'm also an associate professor in the School of Computing and teach many of our cybersecurity courses.
Thank you, Sergio. I think that's everybody. Did I miss anybody? All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for being here. Chuck, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
No, I think if yeah, we can get ready.
Okay. Well, thank you again. I think from my perspective, this is a really valuable event. As you notice from all the introductions, we have a good mix of folks here. We have some folks from industry. We have quite a few folks from K12, and we have quite a few folks from higher education. So really trying to understand where are we with cybersecurity in K12 and higher education, where do we want to go, how are we going to get there? And today you're going to learn about some of the tools available to get us there, to improve in these areas that are really exciting. And some of them, like Ring, can be implemented at no cost for the students of the program. So pretty exciting. So really appreciate everybody taking the time, because I know it's hard to find time to do things. So to start, I want to talk a little bit. We want to have a conversation really about just sharing. Yeah.
You're not sharing this with them.
Good call. Thanks for catching that early on.
You're welcome.
Otherwise, Steve would probably make you do it all over.
I'm looking right at it, not even noticing this one.
It takes a village.
All right, I think we're sharing now. So want to share what we're currently doing at Johnson County Community College with our K12 partners, some of the key things we're doing. And then we'll encourage the group to share kind of what you're doing in cybersecurity at your institutions, whether that be at high school or college, community college, university, whatever it might be. And so for us, we are the information technology program. You see here, these are our programs we have. We have an associate's degree here in IT networking. We have a cybersecurity certificate and a cloud certificate. So our CAE designated program of study is our associate's degree. Now, we have a lot of K12 folks, and so you may not hear these terms as much in the K12 space. So just a very brief summary of what that is. So Center of Academic Excellence in Cyber Defense, and there are versions of that for community colleges as well as universities. But it's really a process that you go through as an institution by the NSA and DHS, the designated institution in excellence in this area. And really, that's a matter of a lot of different things. Some of the key things are making sure you teach certain things to your students, you have good labs, you provide internships, provide opportunities for professional development. You have what's called a cyber center, which is kind of a hub for the community, staff, and students to learn about cybersecurity. So while there's a program of study that is linked to it. It's really an institutional designation that they want to actually see your institution take cybersecurity very seriously. Right, so there's different formulas to that, depending on what kind of institution you are, but that I just wanted to make sure and give a brief overview of that for folks who may not hear that term as often. So what I want to focus on, I'm not trying to give you an overview of our whole curriculum here, but I want to just talk about the cybersecurity certificate briefly. And the reason being is that's the program that we've started a pathway with our K12 partners on over the last year. So you see that in the back, okay? And so the conversations go back years in trying to find good ways to partner. And starting in fall of 22, I believe, was our first cohort that we started with Blue Valley Schools. Now, Blue Valley Schools is a local school district, great school district. And starting last fall of 22, we started a program where students can come to Johnson County Community College. And if they start in their junior year, they would take 2 to 3 classes in this program. So kind of look, it just depends on which semester and load, but this might be the first semester of their junior year. This could be the second semester of their junior year. And they work down the list. So by the time they reach their senior year and graduate high school, they earn dual credit during this time. So they get credit for high school and also here at the college. They can finish with their diploma in high school and also finish with a cybersecurity certificate from Johnson County Community College. And so it's a very exciting program. We had 9 students start in this effort last fall of 22, as I mentioned. And so we have another cohort starting this fall, and we're actually going to have 15 now. And so 11 from Blue Valley, and we actually have another school district coming in and joining in on this as well. So we're bringing 4. And so it's a very exciting program. It's great for students because if you're a student and you're graduating high school, have a certificate in this area to go along with that, it creates options like this. Student can say, okay, I'm going to just try to enter the workforce. Maybe I'll continue on to get the associate's degree, which will probably be another semester or 2. Or maybe I try to go to a 4-year school, right? But the point is they have lots of options at that point to continue their studies in progress. And so it's something we've started that I think is successful so far, and we're continuing to grow it. And just a little bit logistically speaking, so students come here to this campus to take classes Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays from 1 to 3 p.m. But it's a hybrid format. So that's the time they're here on site required in the classroom. But there's also an online component in the hybrid form. And so they're working on things throughout the week. They have interactions with the professor regularly. But it's been a very successful program thus far, still early on, but we're excited about it. And we actually have one of our K12 partners here from Blue Valley, Sarah, who is going to say just a few words about this partnership from the Blue Valley side, just in terms of how things logistically work from there. So Sarah, if you don't mind coming up. I do not. Should be ready to go here. You want to do the presenter beauty team or?
Yeah. Hey, everybody. I'm still Sarah. I am a counselor from the Valley. My job is to recruit and counsel students for these dual enrollment programs. I am going to figure this out.
Left and right, probably.
Yeah. So Andrew already mentioned all of the high points of this. We actually have 9 pathway programs with JCCC, and cybersecurity is one of them. I will say they gave us 10 spots last year or for this year for our first year. And with anytime you have a first year program, it was really a struggle for me to find 9 kids to do it. And this year I literally have a waiting list. I had to turn kids away, which is really exciting. I don't really know how far in the weeds to get. They do not take the AccuPlacer, and we do not require any certain ACT scores, but I did personally interview each student that showed interest and basically chose the 11 in this case, 11 that I thought would be most well suited to the program. And as Andrew said, they can earn their cybersecurity certificate and their high school diploma simultaneously. By the way, we do let seniors start. So even though they will only earn the first 2 semesters of this, either way, we think it's great. for them to get a leg up on this cybersecurity certificate or whatever their 4-year journey. There are some huge advantages. As far as cybersecurity goes, they can get a head start on that, or they can transfer some of these classes to the 4-year university of their choice. All of the statistics and evidence shows that students who do early college are more likely to be successful when they matriculate in a 4-year university. They're more likely to graduate within that 4-year time span. That number is getting shorter and shorter. If that number is going smaller and smaller, people do that. Or students can take the certificate and head right into the workforce as employees or paid interns. And by the way, they're still high schoolers, right? They're still 16, and all that that entails. So we did have some attrition this year. We had 2 kids who were like, oh, not for me. And the good news is they got to discover that at no cost to the students or their families. Here in Kansas, where our state legislature is notoriously friendly to education, we have Senate Bill 155. And since cybersecurity is considered a high need, high demand area, the state actually pays for high school students in these classes. Again, I said I wasn't gonna get in the weeds, and yet here I am. So sorry. If you have any questions, I hope you enjoy my clip art of the keyboard. That is my nod. I am a recovering English teacher. So when I talk to these students about IT and computer science, I feel like a real fish.
Do the students come on campus or do they?
They do. They come on campus. It's only open to juniors and seniors. I do ask if they have a car. We've got 5 high schools in the area, and one is really close. I mean, the closest is 6 minutes away, and the furthest is about 26 minutes away. And they have to be trustworthy because, as Andrew said, during the online component on Thursday and Friday afternoons, they are responsible to no one but themselves. They have to have some time management skills. They're not enrolled in a Blue Valley class, and they're not expected to be in a seat here.
Is transportation provided for students that are not?
Yes, we do not want transportation to be an issue. And we do provide transportation when necessary. I encourage kids, I mean, as you know, in Shawnee Mission, I mean, bus drivers are not exactly a dime a dozen. We do encourage kids to carpool if they can. Don't tell my boss, but I've been known to drive kids. I mean, it's that's legal. I do have cards here if anybody has any follow-up questions. I grew up in Oak Park, Illinois, so the drive you guys are doing, I have done, my family also lives in Chicago, so I feel that 8-hour drive. Any other questions?
Oh, that's one. What do you look for in a student? That we don't mind getting into the weeds with our stuff. So
I wish I'd brought my have a whole questionnaire.
yeah, we have some experience interviewing students for like scholarship for service program.
Sure.
So just
then you know more about this than I do. Well, first of
Not
all, I use a couple of different data points. So I have their high school transcript, which either shows halfway through sophomore year or halfway through junior year, depending on what grade they're in. So frankly, we have a pretty impressive K-12 curriculum. Our curriculum coordinator isn't here today because he's at a conference, but I'm looking to see kids that have already taken some computer classes. That's ideal, right? I'm trying to beat out the kid that's just like, I get to leave school. So a kid that has taken any computer class whatsoever, that's great. Sometimes I ask a super tricky question, which is, how badly do you want to do this? And as a counselor, I love a level question on a scale of 1 through 10. How important is this to you? I ask them what they want to do after they graduate from high school. The vast majority of the kids that get in the program do say they want to go on to a 4-year university and major in some aspect of the computer science. So,
and then for the student that said this isn't for me, what was some of the examples they used?
these are college classes, and JCCC is not messing around, right? These professors are super helpful, particularly in cybersecurity. The professors are super helpful, and cybersecurity is the only one of our partnership programs where they've created a section or a class just for high schoolers. So these are particularly sympathetic professors, but it is still college, and they want to be college ready, but that doesn't mean they are. So I would say that freedom / time management has been the biggest stumbling block. And then the second biggest stumbling block, and this was really only in one case where the work was simply above her, like she just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
She was trying. But in general, our kids have been very successful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm an old programmer. I like the weeds. So your kids that are in this, they have probably their first through fourth hour at their
Yes.
home high school.
Third or first or fourth, I can't remember.
Yeah, and then in the afternoon, they go to Johnson County Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Right.
And Thursday, Friday, they don't, I think you said they're not at high school, they're not here, they're on their own.
Right.
So you're looking also for kids that have the responsibility.
Yes.
The ability to be responsible. Okay, okay. I just
So
wanted to make sure I understood what a student's daily schedule looked like. That's where I was coming.
The data points that I look at during the interview, as I mentioned, I look at the transcript, then I do the face-to-face interview. And this year, Blue Valley has invested in something called the EduClimber. So I can look at their reading screener. I do look at grades. I tell them I don't, but I'm a fat liar. I look at their grades because I do think grades are a pretty good work ethic.
Yep.
So if you've got a D in anatomy somewhere along the line, like you're allowed to screw up. I too was a teenager 1,000 years ago. So like I understand that kids aren't perfect, but I do look for grades that indicate a decent work ethic. And then I look for on the reading screener, there's a number, whatever it is, that indicates reading proficiency. Because they have books, they have technical books, and they have to be proficient at technical.
So I noticed that the second semester, which for somebody starting as a junior would be second semester, junior year, was 15 hours of college credit.
Oh, you know what? Andrew broke it up differently for my high schoolers. Great question.
Okay.
And I should have said that at the outset. They're going 3 classes, 3 classes, 3 classes, and then their 4th semester, they're doing 2 classes.
Okay, that's.
And I have a surprising amount of kids that by the time they get to their senior year, they actually Johnson County Community College, they want to take all of their classes here, which gets me into a whole other conversation, and he's gonna punch me, but he's not, he's 0 violence. But the kids end up wanting to be here full time. They want to take their electives, they want to take their American government, they want to take Comp 1 and Comp 2 here. I'm up to, of the 11 kids next fall, I will have 4 of them that are not just doing the cybersecurity certificate, but they're also full-time basis. It's exciting.
More of a comment, but might start a discussion later on. Has anybody heard of Enterprise KC?
Yes.
Yeah. Has anyone worked with them on their, they're trying to do like a early cyber development thing. Their main focus is K12. And I talk about higher education, but I think I'm mildly interested in that, aspect to them, but they're talking about, how to get them young, how to get them interested. They want to develop some sort of online, like, it's kind of like a lab thing, sort of, but if you guys aren't talking to them, I can put you in touch with them, but I think that they want that perspective. How do we get high school students? How do we, make them interested in this? They're fine if they go to college, but they really want to move into the workforce. That's
Right.
kind of like
I was the one with them.
so like I said, I can facilitate that conversation if you haven't already had it. I think they have equities in this space.
I would appreciate that. I think that'd be really exciting. And we do have students, JCCC does an amazing job with career fairs and college fairs and career fairs rather. And at Blue Valley, you're just, and Olathe and Shining Mission, I think are years ahead of us in terms of career fairs. So I do have kids that are looking for internships, summer internships and jobs. So.
Hi, this is Kim. I don't know if I can pop in.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say I teach in Blue Valley, but both my girls went to Olathe schools, and with the College Now program that Johnson County has, both of my girls walked out of high school with 25 hours, 30 hours. So when they went to college, Jordan went to Nebraska. We actually got to skip a whole year because she was able to do those College Now classes there at Johnson County. Sid's at K-State, she's a senior this year, and she kind of walked in the same way. So That's a great program that Johnson County has, the College Now credit. So the students take the classes at high school and they can either take the test or they can enroll for credit. So nice program.
Appreciate you saying that. I will say, and I know this is confusing, the high schools are actually trying to look at different ways for students to earn credit while they're still in college. And College Now, as you mentioned, are classes that take place in the high school. What I work on recruiting and counseling for are our dual enrollment programs, where the kids actually come to JCCC. They are either partially or fully enrolled at Johnson County Community College, which is just slightly different than the College Now, well, wildly different, I guess, from the College Now experience. And we're only in our 5th year, Amy, of this partnership in general, or yes, I think we're finishing our 5th year. We're rolling into our 6th year of this partnership, and we started with just the dual degree in construction management and automotive technology, and we exploded into 9 programs. And I'm just, we as a district and me personally, I'm so grateful to Andrew and early college partner Amy for helping these facilitate this growth. It's really exciting. Thank you guys. I'm around. I'm leaving cards up here in case anybody has follow-up questions. Sorry.
Oh.
You should have known better.
Thank you.
Yeah, please. Sorry, everybody. I don't want to impede the great discussion that we're having, but I do feel like it would be helpful to just talk a little bit about, just for a second, about why you're here. I recognize that the train is moving, so like I said, I don't want to interrupt too much. Let me make sure I'm sharing. Yeah. Am I sharing this? No. You are. Okay, great. So this is, I should have talked a little bit earlier, but so why you're here, this discussion that we just had is a great example of exactly why you're here. The grant that you're here today participating in, helping us with, is really about growing our cybersecurity capacity through our K-12 educational space, in particular in the Midwest, but obviously, really, it's a nationwide. So what we're here today talking to you about largely is really about exactly what we were just discussing, sharing and learning from each other. So we want to talk to you today about curriculum sharing, faculty development opportunities, cyber events and opportunities, and also to learn from what you guys are doing in Kansas. So this is the way I like to say this. This is kind of a little evangelical tour that our grant team is doing around the Midwest. We are, let me advance this now. There we go. We are hitting 10 states as the Midwest hub. We're kind of in the middle there, so we're focusing on our 10 states. Kansas is number 9, so we're almost done. And what we're doing is we're going around to each state, talking about these opportunities, curriculum sharing, faculty development, opportunities for students, extracurricular in the extracurricular spaces, but also learning from what each state has. Each state, even in the Midwest, where we're all kind of in one geographic area, is still very difficult, still very different. So we want to learn what you guys do. An excellent example is exactly what we were just discussing, so that we can share that out, so that we can learn from each other, find out ways that certain states are achieving what our aims are nationally and in the Midwest, and share those opportunities. Go back one. We're also doing it in conjunction with another grant, and that grant is the Regions Investing in the Next Generation project, or the RING project. Jesse Hairston is going to be talking to you about that. This is a curriculum, a high school curriculum that's been developed by Jesse and his group at University of Alabama, Huntsville. And it is designed to achieve a lot of the issues that we find in high schools trying to adopt cybersecurity, whether it's a lack of technology, a lack of a lack of instructors, a lack of a student cohort. So if there's 1 or 2 students, so this really aims, and I'm not going to steal too much thunder from Jesse, but this really aims to hit a lot of those sweet spots. Jesse's going to talk a little bit about that later when he's on. So thank you. Sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to maybe take a step back and let you all know what you're doing here and what we're doing here, so that we can understand. And I don't want to interrupt anymore because we were having a great discussion. So I will finish up and let Andrew get back up here. Andrew, the floor is back to yours. Thank you very much.
No problem. Well, next, I think we'd like to have a conversation with folks in the room. We have some CAEs here, we have some K12 schools here. So maybe CAEs that we have, if you don't mind sharing a little bit about your institutions and if you currently have any partnerships with K12 or if not, what you hope to do in the future, KU here, K-State here, when you want us to start.
I can go ahead. So yeah, I represent Kansas State University. We're in Manhattan, and we've got a lot of stuff going on in K through 12, not necessarily cybersecurity, but we'll get there. Over the last few years, we have developed a computer science program that was originally targeted for non-majors. So we created what we call our integrated computer science program, which is like a CS plus X. And then we started looking at that curriculum and how we could use that curriculum in K through 12. And so over the past 2 years, we've been working with some schools, Manhattan High School, obviously, but we've worked with Tonganoxie and DeSoto and Wamego and a few other schools to beta test that curriculum. And so now we're gearing up for rolling that out. The 2 classes that we have cover basically AP CSP and AP CSA. We've run into some issues. Those of you in Kansas probably are familiar with the state CTE program. Unfortunately, as Kansas State University, we can't take advantage of that because CTE is targeted at junior colleges and tech schools and things like that. Johnson County has been the only one that has been willing to work with us. And so for a lot of rural areas, we just have not had luck working with those universities or those community colleges to get that CTE credit. And so we're targeting the AP credit as the college credit pathway. And to clarify, our focus is mostly on rural schools. We're mostly looking at schools that don't currently have a computer science program, but because of the recent state bill, they're supposed to start offering some sort of computer science classes. So that's really where our focus is. And so we've got that going. We also have a teacher training program.
Sorry, just to back up on that, have you achieved the AP kind of grace on prep of students?
Yes.
For the exam following those courses?
Yes, with an asterisk. We went through the
Because my kids in this course in DeSoto.
Yes, we went through the course alignment process last year and got approved for it. And so this year, this 2023-2024 will be the first year where we will have schools actually offering the AP exam off our curriculum. We've been working very closely with the College Board. They tell us we're one of the first colleges in the entire country that have tried to do this. And so they've been really interested in our idea and how we're trying to roll this out. So yes, I think we can do it. We have not actually done it yet.
So you're saying my kid's gonna pass?
I hope. In DeSoto,
I didn't hear that.
in DeSoto, you have Todd Hesson, who's an awesome instructor. So so we're
trying to get a guarantee.
Yeah, I wish I could. So we've got those 2 curricula that we're pushing out there. We're also working on teacher training. We got a large chunk of the state PAC Act grant, which was for teacher training. And so we currently have about 50 teachers going through a teacher training program that involves 10 graduate credits at Kansas State University that focuses on learning how to program and also learning the pedagogy behind programming. So it's a partnership between computer science and college education. And then those credits, they can continue that on for either a master, like a certificate, a graduate certificate in teaching computer science, or they can go for a full master's of education if they want. So we're building those programs out. And right now we've got the first cohort of 50 teachers in. We've got a second cohort that's coming in the summer. So if you know any high school teachers would like to learn how to teach computer science, we still have some coverage. Our PAC Act grant funds are about run out, but we're also, we have a large grant from the Patterson Family Foundation, which is a big rural education grant through K-State that we're using to support some of those programs. So we still have room on that. Call your legislators and tell them to re-up the PAC grant. That would be great. But really what we're doing is we're trying to get computer science curriculum into rural schools that don't normally have it. I would say probably 2/3 of our teacher training program is 1A and 2A high schools, so very, very rural schools. And so we're trying to get a foothold there. And then our plan is to eventually work with them once they have a pretty established program to bring cybersecurity into that. And so looking at things like the RAIN curriculum and what their needs are, we're trying to be pretty careful. We're not trying to compete with other programs like Project Lead the Way or Code.org. Things that are already established in big schools, especially here in the Kansas City area. We're not trying to compete with them. We're looking at schools that don't have a program. But really, we're trying to get into the high schools, get cybersecurity added, and then slowly push into middle schools and later K-6. If you look at a lot of the research, especially, so what the other grant we have is broadening participation in computing. We have a grant there. And if you look at the research to really solve a lot of the participation problems in computer science, we have to get to them in about 4th grade. And we are a long, long, long ways from getting real good computer science education in 4th grade. But in the state of Kansas, we have to start at the high schools and work our way down. I don't think we can start at 4th grade and work our way up yet. And so that's kind of our eventual goal. Big picture for CAE, we are currently just CAER. We did launch a cybersecurity degree program a couple years ago, and so we'll be working on adding one of the education CAEs hopefully in the next few years. I think that covers everything Eugene wanted me to say.
Yeah, no, it did. Very, very nice. Thanks, Russell. Just real quick though, do you have articulation agreements with the community colleges in with Johnson County?
We're working on that. One of the big pathways we're trying to figure out is we struggle a lot with community colleges where students come in with some programming, but it doesn't fit well into our classes. For example, if they take a database course at a community college, they usually have about the first 2/3 of our database course. And right now we don't have a good way to do credit for that. So one of the projects we're trying to undertake at K-State is a big rethink of our computer science curriculum. And what we want to do is modularize it a little bit so that if a student comes in and has a database course from junior college that covers the first 2/3 of our database course, can we just have them do the last third, get 1 credit and get that requirement to get to the level we're expecting? We've been working with Johnson County Community College a lot to try and figure this pathway out. We also have we're trying to put together an alliance through our BPC grant. And so if you're interested in being in that alliance, let me know and I can get you on that. We're starting to have those discussions with Garden City Community College, Dodge City Community College. We're trying to reach out to and a couple others. So we don't have full articulation agreements yet, but we're trying to look at what their curriculum is compared to what our curriculum is and how we can find those overlaps. And that's really the big reason we're targeting AP at the high school level. Is AP is super portable and we know how to accept that at K-State. And so if they come in with AP credit, we know what to do with them and where to.
How about certifications mapping to courses at K-State, like Sec Plus, A Plus?
We don't have a lot of good mappings for those because we don't really have courses at that level. Unfortunately, our program is traditionally very theoretical computer science, and so a lot of the Cert Plus and A Plus things are below what we do. Salina may have courses that better map to some of those than what K-State of Manhattan does. And that's just a weakness of our computer science program, where for years the faculty have been much more traditional theoretical computer science, even though we're probably producing more software engineers than computer scientists. And that's one of the reasons we want to undergo this larger curriculum overhaul.
With a growing cyber program too.
Yeah, with our new cybersecurity program and more emphasis on computer science in other fields. I think that's becoming a weakness of our overall curriculum. So that's the bigger picture. We're taking part of that over the next couple years.
We've been working on that at KU Edwards. So we got KU Lawrence, KU Edwards. That's where you get your computer science degrees, software engineering, all the techniques. We're geared more towards the workforce. We have been analyzing, will we take credit for people who already have certificates? And it's kind of all over the place. It depends on which certificates, right? And then one of the concerns is when you get a certificate, it's kind of easy to teach it to the test because those have these national tests that can dig up test banks and things. But we do acknowledge the curriculum that's covered in those certificate programs. And we gear a lot of our IT programs towards teaching those skills to translate into passing the test. But we're still trying to debate whether or not we accept a certificate and which ones. Some of them, like the offensive security certified professional, like that, you're gonna get credit for that because it's a practical hands-on, you can't see it. Things like I've had students come in with a full-blown CCIE for Cisco, and then they struggle in my networking courses. And I don't know if that's some way they cheated the certification test, or it just is a difference in theoretical versus practical, and then understanding packet tracer versus how to actually manipulate packets and things at the network layer. So yes, it's something we acknowledge students want to transition to the workforce. I acknowledge that sometimes having a certification is worth more than a degree, right? Especially if industry said, I need somebody that can configure this technology. Do you have a certification? And then that'll get it. Now, there is a double edge to that, and that's if they replace that technology, that person loses a job. And I've seen that time and time again when I was in industry. I did an industry for a long time before I taught. And that yes, you can chase a dollar, but the job security is nil. So we try to hit both ends, right? And I think a degree is more persistent to rotate between jobs if certification a lot of periods.
With industry certification being part of the real world learning mission and kind of the 4 categories students can leave high school with, it seems like.
Correct. And so the other thing is,
Place to focus.
so I'm like, I've got so many different interesting jobs. So the other thing I do is in the reserves as a cyber operator for quite some time. I used to lead a team out of Phoenix and in Colorado. And a lot of the certifications that are recognized by industry came out of a pamphlet called UD 8570.1, right? And that's what established the CompTIA, the CISSP, all of those things as you will directly translate into jobs, right? Because the defense industry is massive, and then that's what was on your resume for those certifications. So those are the ones that we typically lean more heavily towards. If it's not on that list, then we're not likely to take credit for it because you don't know it's going to translate directly into industrial recognitions. But yes, I agree with your point. It's something that we have to build into our curriculum.
And I wanted to echo one thing that you said that it's come up a lot when I've been on. Last week I was in Olathe for their CT advisory board, and I think one of the real challenges in this area is the balance between students coming out of high school that want to enter the workforce very quickly, and so the certifications they can get in the workforce very quickly, but like you said, that might be very brittle in the long term. Whereas technology changes and things change, if they're not constantly keeping up with that, they'll find it hard to jump around. And so, looking at it from a degree perspective, I think, like you said, a degree gives you that more portable skill that will be more beneficial long term, where you can jump around as technology changes. I've been in the field, doing computer science education for 10 years now, and just the last 6 months, ChatGPT has changed everything. And so, imagine what that's doing out in the workforce, and that's just one tool that came out in the last 6 months that is really changing things. And so, I think that's something to keep in mind is we definitely want high school students to get into the workforce and have really good skills, but we also want to think that some of those students could take a little bit more time to get that deeper education and not only have good workforce skills, but they have skills that are going to renew themselves and be reliable 20, 30 years down the road.
I think another thing that needs to be discussed with certifications, not all of them apply to this, but most of the certifications that are worth money expire. So after 3 years, it turns into a pumpkin and you don't have anything to fall on, and you have to retake the test. And then the other, yes, you can renew it. And then the other thing, I was going to say, well, there was that. I forgot what I was going to say. But yeah, you have to worry about them expiring.
That's a good industry corporation practice.
I was going to say the other issue is if you get into industry and you start making the big bucks, the likelihood you're going to go back to college is very low. I run into this all the time. It's hard to work that back in. So you're balancing as we give people these career recommendations. Yes, you go to high school, you got a SEC plus, you get a job, you can make decent money, but you're probably not going to go back to school and get a degree once you have to give up that opportunity, loss. So you could be locking them into a career path at the age of 20 that they're no longer able to get a promoted to manager or whatever because they don't have a degree with their that's something.
And it's tough because that first job for a lot of these students, they might be making way more money than their parents made at 20. And so it's that short-term payoff is And that's one of those struggles that, and it's really interesting to be on.
But that's also the company they work for is responsibility to maintain an active workforce that can handle incoming.
Yeah, it's tricky and it's different because I'm on the latest advisory board. I'm also on the advisory board for Kansas Public Schools. And the way that they're looking at where students are going afterwards is vastly different. It's 20-30 miles difference, but KCK versus Olathe is a completely different target for their outcomes. And that's just because of the difference in the two groups of students that they have.
This one's for college readiness and one's one career readiness.
Right, yeah, KCK is very exclusively focused on, we just want to get people in industry. They definitely want to get people in higher ed, but that's really, they don't see a lot of their students going that path. So they're much more focused on getting them out in the career very quickly.
Yeah, it's a really good conversation. There's no perfect answer. I think it's a balance, in my opinion, between education and certifications, where that balance lies is hard to find. And talking about it in theory is one thing, right? But when you apply it to individual students, that's when it gets, you see the reality of the situation. For example, if you have a 22-year-old student that has a couple of kids and they're working full-time at a job, they hope to get out to make more money. If they just earn their SEC plus and they can get a job making $55,000 a year, and they come to you and they say, listen, this is going to change my family's life, but I'd have to give up school for now to do it. It's really tough to tell that student, no, you need to stay. In those situations, even though I want a student to finish our program, continue on, if that's where you are, and that's what's best for you and your family, you have to do what's best for you and your family. And that's life sometimes takes over, right? Students have individual circumstances. And sometimes it's the opposite, right? Maybe you have a student who does have the time to take a long-term perspective. They don't have maybe those responsibilities. Maybe they're still living at home, so they don't have a lot of bills. Maybe that student, it's better to take the perspective of, why don't you stick with it and finish your degree? Because like was said, that opens up, maybe not right now, it won't make a difference, but 5-10 years down the road, as you try to maybe go into management, and students may not think they want to do that right now. They may think, I'll never want to do that. But if you go out and get life experience, start doing these things, that can change your perspective, right? I certainly never thought I would be a professor when I was that age. I was terrified of public speaking. Never would. I mean, it's inconceivable. I can kind of remember. And so you change and you grow, and so I think these are good questions and good points.
I have a quick question for Russell. Hi, Russell. This is Sergio from Wichita State. We're a fairly new CAE. We got our designation in 2019. And everything you said you're doing sounds amazing. Is this your full-time job to reach out to K-12 institutions, or do you also do something else? Because we find it, very time-consuming to do everything we do, and want to figure out how we can also do that.
I wish this was my full-time job. I feel like I have 3 full-time jobs because there are 3 of us at K-State that are working on this K-12 outreach program. We're also full-time instructors in our departments. And so we're teaching a full class load, plus we're doing this K-12 outreach, plus we are non-tenure track faculty that have about $3 million in grants between the 3 of us. And so we're doing basically 3 jobs and getting paid for maybe 1 of them. And so I wish this was my full-time job, but it's not. We're just trying to figure out how to make this work as best we can.
All right, that sounds familiar, but thank you for that and for what you're doing.
Thank you.
So some of the K-12 folks, I'm curious, from your perspectives at the K-12 level, what do you find is going well in terms of having cybersecurity programs in your schools, and what challenges do you have that you really think, I wish we could make that a little better? Anything anybody has to share from the K-12 side on that front? What's going well, what's not in terms of cybersecurity at your schools?
I have a cybersecurity class. Right now it's got a grand total of 5 kids. And
out of how many potentially?
okay, well, in my entire academy, freshmen through seniors, I have 112 right now. So in our academy, we typically see about 35-ish come in as freshmen. And we will lose 5 or 6 of those at the end of their freshman year when they find out that computer science isn't all about video games. And then at the end of the sophomore year, we'll lose another couple. So we have a smaller class as we move up. Right now, I've got 20 seniors. So the cybersecurity class is my junior level class, and they can choose between an AP, CSA, Java class or cybersecurity. Most of them want to go to do programming. This year I had 5. I actually had 6 originally and one left. 5 decided they want to do cybersecurity. We're using the Project Lead the Way curriculum, which is great in some regards, not so great in other ways. It has gotten better over the last few years. When it first rolled out, their online virtual labs, to be blunt, sucked. That it would take them 6 minutes to spool up. And, you know, if you've taught 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds and juniors, 6 minutes is enough to totally destroy their entire focus while they're sitting there waiting for that to spool up. I came from industry. This is my 10th year teaching, but I was a software developer for 30 years before that. So I'm an old dinosaur programmer. I tell the kids that. My knowledge of cybersecurity, my personal knowledge of cybersecurity is about this big. So I depend on the Project Lead the Way curriculum to lead me through it. I wish there was a way for me to get, for the curriculum to provide me a little more detail about not just what this is, but how to teach it. And to be honest with you, we're looking at other ways to teach that cybersecurity class. That's one reason we're here today is.
Yeah, well, I hope,
some,
you know, the discussion later on down the agenda will assuage your concerns.
Yeah, we were recently, some of our grant team was recently in Hawaii doing this exact thing. And we visited a high school in Hawaii, and they were the students there, like you were saying, they had a slightly larger class, but it was still, you know, it whittles down. And what was interesting, they were using Project Lead the Way, and they compared it. They did an exercise for us the day before where they went through the Ring curriculum, and then they compared what they experienced in Project Lead the Way versus the Ring. And I'm wondering, since you haven't seen the Ring yet, but I'm wondering, since you have experience with Project Lead the Way, the students in Hawaii at the high school were saying that Project Lead the Way was very, very technical, very wordy, very, it was narrative intensive.
Yes.
And they, in comparison to Ring, which is not that way, it's a little bit more graphical, a little bit more interesting to the eye, so to speak. I'm wondering if your students found, that it was like the Project Lead the Way seemed to be a technical, very technical read.
I don't know that they would describe it that way, but that's probably what they would mean. Project Lead the Way is organized into activities, projects, and problems. Each lesson comprised of 3 to 5 units. I'm sorry, each unit is comprised of 3 to 5 lessons, and then a lesson might be 4 activities and then a project, or 4 activities, a project, and a problem. And yes, it's very text.
Right, exactly.
Heavy reading, it's steps, instructions, and it takes a while for students to understand and really be able to grasp the notion that when Project Lead the Way on step 7 says to do this thing, well, what they're really doing is step 7 is just more like, we're going to do this thing, continue reading the steps. Well, they read that and they say, well, we don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
So what are we supposed to do?
Right.
Well, keep reading. Well, high schoolers, especially in this post-COVID, where they were on their own, as my juniors would have been on their own as what, 8th, 9th graders? They were on their own as their first year of high school, right? And all these different learning modes, we were virtual and in person and hybrid and all over the place. They don't want to read stuff.
Yeah.
And they haven't had to read stuff. So getting them to read those instructions and follow along is a challenge.
Yeah.
So yeah, something like you're talking about that I know you said graphical pleasing to the eye.
Yeah.
And lots of music.
Well,
Ring is very,
Yeah.
yeah,
so I'm using both,
Yeah.
well, a hybrid
You
of
use the
everything.
ring.
So, well, I'm a Project Lead the Way school, so I'm Charlie Mission, Project Lead the Way school, I use Project Lead the Way curriculum as the base, and
right.
I'm in the probably a minority, love it, prepares my kids appropriately, but then I supplement with cyber.org, Ring, other stuff you find on the internet, MIT,
Yeah.
all kinds of stuff, but you do that because you target the students that you have at that time.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think that's
I
what we're
haven't taught
looking for.
cybersecurity the same way for 2 years in a row.
Yeah, it's that
Just
sweet
depends on the
spot.
kids in the room.
There's no way you're gonna get around the fact that cybersecurity in the real world is textual and, it's,
They
you know,
got it, agree.
yeah, you got,
Especially the technical
it's,
stock.
it's attracting the students at an early age to keep them, to make sure that they're learning, so to speak, yeah.
And I think you'll be happy with the labs that they're going to demonstrate because they do spin up quick and they're interactive and they're competency based. So it tells the students when you're entering code in Linux, what it actually does and what you're doing.
Putting Jerry on the.
Yeah, but they're great. And with Packet Tracer, we have tangible labs that are. but
Introduce,
they also have
get
standard
KU
site
and
too.
Wichita
So
State,
the Packet Tracer
SCAE,
rate
you want to
itself.
get them before
Oh, nice.
Stephen King, or
Wait till you
Stephen
see 'em,
need to go quick.
They need it really
We
bad.
could,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll circle back. Okay.
So folks.
Just make that announcement, would you?
Yeah, we'll transition, great discussion, we'll come back to it. We have a guest here from Kansas State Department of Education to talk to us a little bit about cybersecurity in the state of Kansas, K12 level. Stephen King. Stephen, are you there?
I am, thank you. Can you hear me?
There, yep. You should have the ability to share your screen if you go to the bottom and towards the middle, should have a share screen button.
It appears that I do, thank you. Let me see. All right, can you see the slideshow?
We do. Yes.
All right, excellent. There's something actually worked today. Yeah, I apologize for not being there in person. I had signed up for a 3-day training event, figuring that I could miss some morning and zip over to join you folks in Overland Park, and then they told me there was an attendance requirement. So I said, well, I still got to make this presentation. I really want to talk to you about this. This is one of our hot topics, obviously. I'm glad to see everybody there. Glad that you're willing to take some time to listen to me discuss cybersecurity. I did do a little bit of a survey because I was curious when Andrew and I were talking about this presentation. We were curious who in Kansas is currently teaching cybersecurity. And, the answer is kind of hard to come by. First of all, the clearest answer, I think, is everybody's teaching cybersecurity. If you go into our CS standards, cybersecurity standards start with things like understand that the password is private and personal, and there's a lot of elementary school teachers that already teach that in various things. And of course, that doesn't show up on any transcripts, any lesson plans, anything else. If you look at the schools that are actually teaching full courses in cybersecurity, there's only a bare handful of them. And I think most of them are probably already here in this room and on this call. So who's teaching it right now is a tough question to answer. I think I got a couple people, I was listening in and heard somebody mention PLTW. A couple of folks are doing that. A couple of folks are just kind of putting their own curriculum together. Anyway, let me talk about that and how to approach it, how to do it. So anyway, this is the topic of cybersecurity. The first thing is, what is it? I got an old quick story about when we were doing the computer science standards. I had talked to them. It was a bunch of people, not all educators, talking about how standards work in the state of Kansas. I spent about an hour on that. Then I said, okay, let's take the time from now till lunch to define computer science. And here's how 4 different states are doing it. So let's it was about an hour and a half. Let's take this time and come up with a definition so that we can write standards based on that definition. And about an hour and a half later, I said, okay, never mind. Let's just say we failed at defining it and move on. Cybersecurity is part of computer science. It is kind of the same problem. Defining it is difficult. But I'm going to talk a little bit about what it is, both in terms of our pathways and the standards, 2 separate topics. I'm going to talk about who should be teaching it, and then I'm going to talk about how it should be taught. So there are, the official NIST definition, National Institute of Standards and T, whatever T, I forget what T is. The process of protecting information by preventing, detecting, responding to attacks. It's a pretty simple definition. There's a bigger definition that I didn't include from NIST. Our CTE pathways, and of course, as most of you in here probably already know, the CTE pathways only really apply from 9th grade to 12th, high school. Some districts are dipping them down into 8th and 7th grade. The funding will go that deep sometimes, actually typically in unfunded courses. But the funding for CTE, the additional funding beyond what is there for our academic courses, doesn't really exist outside of the high school level. So these are the courses that are within our additional funding model. They're within our the CTE computer completer and all that kind of stuff that we do. There are 3 different pathways: programming, software development, information service and support, network systems, that were modified a year or so ago. They now all 3 include the Cybersecurity 1, Cybersecurity 2 course. Those 2 courses, one is a prereq of the other, and they are at the application level, which means they're at the final level of the pathway. Typically, that means you're only going to have juniors and seniors in those courses. Just kind of a brief bit about them, and I have a link in this pathway. Andrew, I did send you a copy of this presentation. There is a link to the page that has the design sheets on it. The Cybersecurity 1 course is kind of the course that you would expect it to be. It has some information about threat detection, threat prevention. How do you look at standards? How do you look at ethics in cybersecurity and so on? Obviously, Cybersecurity 2 kind of builds on that. There's nothing, we try and be fairly application neutral and technology neutral and so on in our pathways. Just as an example, we used to have a Visual Basic course, programming course. We used to have various other courses that aren't really taught. In fact, in our programming area, we actually have the word COBOL. So, we try and leave that stuff out as this being a field that tends to migrate from technology to technology on a faster than annual basis. But that's basically where it is. In the CTE pathway, there are 2 courses specifically for cybersecurity. Within the computer science standards, on the other hand, from P through 12, it is a subtopic of network and the internet. And it actually goes there. If I've got a link to those standards as well. And one of the different standards documents we have is a spreadsheet that actually shows how it scaffolds, how each one of the different topics scaffolds from P through grade 12. And it's actually, we don't have a grade 12, we have the L1 and L2 standards in high school. L1 is for all students, L2 is for CTE students. It's everything from recognize that passwords are personal down at the preschool and kindergarten level up to things like understanding and using encryption, decryption algorithms, and so on. So some fairly advanced topics at the high school level. Now, I do want to talk briefly about we've got security kind of gets tossed around a lot of times. And again, I'm not going to beat up on this one too much because I heard some of you talking about it before my presentation started. It's a big topic, right? Network security consists of all kinds of things, including physical security. But cybersecurity is more and more and more a bigger part of that. And as we move to a more and more virtual world, and a lot of our lab environments, a lot of our school environments, a lot of our server farms are virtualized. You start really getting the same world just by a couple different terms. Security Plus, it was intended to be, it's been around for a long time. I've taught that course many times. It has some physical security components, but it has become a very much a cybersecurity course. So you got the certification world has a whole bunch of little different parts of it. Cybersecurity is more the broader term that talks about a lot of different things. And I do want to point out really quickly that a lot of our teachers, a lot of our students, a lot of our parents, when they hear cybersecurity, they have this mental image of, dark, dusty room, a bunch of hackers sitting there working against you. You got the well-lit monitors with the white hats going against them. That's, yeah, sure, that's part of cybersecurity, but a bigger topic on that is, as you probably already covered, things like security SOPs, security ways of security protocols, password requirements, and that sort of thing. That is also cybersecurity, and people tend to forget about that. Now, who should teach it? Everyone may be a little bit of a push, but the reality is we don't require any endorsements for any computer science topic in Kansas currently. And I say currently because we do have some in the works. It will take a couple of years before anything becomes an enforced requirement. Our CTE courses do require some CTE requirements. At the high school, typically, high schools either integrate them into other courses or they have a dedicated cybersecurity course. And I got a little bit I guess, informal in my terminology here. But the reality is that when you integrate cybersecurity into another course, you can call it something else, like many of the CSP courses do. It becomes a little bit less scary. The teacher doesn't, teachers seem to have this fear of something as technical and in-depth as cybersecurity is thought to be. But you also don't get credit for it. I said, pretty much all of our schools are currently teaching cybersecurity, whether they intend to or not. But that's all integrated at all different levels when they start teaching things like passwords. Well, that's really not a cybersecurity course. And so when lobbyists go across the street to the legislature, they're saying no schools teach cybersecurity. They're talking about the second one because there are only a handful of schools that I can say are teaching cybersecurity because they have a dedicated cybersecurity course. I do have one other topic. Having been a network admin before, my professional life was actually as an infrastructure person. I sometimes call us network jockeys. It's a terrifying course for the people who run your networks because I can't tell you the number of times I've heard tales of students being taught to hack because you're taught to prevent hacking, right? And so that is in reverse teaching people how to hack. And I can't tell you the times I've heard that students decided to act on that. That's why, a lot of times things like I heard somebody mention PLTW, they have a virtualized environment. A lot of the curriculum people do. So that's one of the questions you want to ask when you go into teaching this. At the end of the day, if you're doing a good cybersecurity course, you really are teaching students how to hack. And so, yeah, again, that's why it has to have an ethics part, but it also, the best ones have some sort of virtualized environment that can be sectioned off from your administrative academic network so that students don't gain access to their grade files. I already mentioned the teacher qualifications. This has a little bit more about if the course is in the CTE pathway, it's earning the 0.5 additional CTE money. Then the teacher has to hold a CTE licensure. The CTE licensure means that they have worked for 2.5 or 5 years in that particular area. And our licensure department has evaluated their resume and check to make sure that they actually do have that experience. In part 5 of what we call the LPG, the Licensed Personnel Guide, it does give academic requirements. You got to be licensed at grade level, plus you have some sort of training that the district says is okay to teach a course. And so for cybersecurity, for example, they have to have some sort of training the district feels appropriate to cybersecurity. If it's an academic course, on the other hand, the academic teacher just has to have licensure at grade level. Certifications, I'm not going to spend too long on this. The one that actually the two that I've taught myself, Security Plus and CISSP. Security Plus is kind of considered the entry level in this field. And I got to say again, I've tutored this a ton when I was working with some folks, and I still occasionally work with folks out at Biloxi, I forget the Air Force base there. That's where they train Air Force and military people in general on network security. And they kind of toss people into the Security Plus examination certification, and it is a hard one. It's got a low pass rate. The CISSP and many of the other certifications as well require documented experience in the field. So as far as something you're going to be looking at in school to offer, it's just not an option. It is, I mean, CISSP is kind of the crowning, the crown jewel on the certifications in this field. But again, not one you're going to offer. Most of the other ones, the Certified Ethical Hacker, the CISA exam, and so on, do require experience, or they require a significant amount of money. Like the ethical hacker certification is somewhere around $1,000. So it's not cheap at all. And of course, it being a hot topic, everyone is trying to get into this game. CompTIA is actually coming out with a couple new certifications. We'll see how they work. But anyway, as far as curriculum goes, and I want to repeat for everybody who hasn't heard it before, I say this often, Kansas does not endorse a particular curriculum provider. You know, I have been talking about the College Board quite a bit. They are not a curriculum provider. They have the course, the CIS or the CSP course, Computer Science Principles, and they have about, I think it's currently 17 curriculum providers that are partnered to offer that. PLTW is one of them. And again, I've heard people mention, I know that I would say most of the people in Kansas who offer this course offer it through PLTW. That's really not a statistically significant number, but anyway, that it's, you know, they have a good course. Cyber.org is an organization that came online a couple of years ago out of Louisiana, I think it is. They offer free training, free coursework. Various vendors, like I said, I think it's 17 have CSP course. And for example, I pulled up code.org's CSP course, and their unit 10 is cybersecurity. So it's not a course in cybersecurity, but it is a unit in it. And other vendors, you know, I was looking at some that want $700 to $1,000 a course, which is, yeah, maybe good for industry professionals, but not so much for school kids, school environments. We currently don't report anything about cybersecurity. That may change. Just last year, they passed a law that says that I have to report to the legislature how many computer science courses are offered at the high school level only. And so we don't currently report cybersecurity, but it might become something. And obviously, like I've mentioned with integrated topics, for example, the unit 10 of that CSP course earlier, that would not be reported as a cybersecurity course. Currently, we only have a very small handful of schools in Kansas that offer an actual cybersecurity course. So, you know, for whatever that's worth. And that's really the educational from the state standpoint. That's where we're looking at. Now, what I'd like to do is offer some time for any questions you have.
Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate it. Anybody have questions for Stephen?
Yeah, I just have one. Does the state of Kansas, is computer science part of CTE, or is it standalone? Is that not considered a CTE program?
Both.
Or is it a mixed?
Yes. Yeah. So, you know, just like English and math, back in 2019, we pushed some computer science standards through. So it is an academic discipline in and of itself. If you look at the L2 standards and the computer science standards for high school, those actually, it's the first time here in Kansas that I know of that we pulled a CTE pathways into academic standards and linked it to. So they're linked, but they're still two different topics. They're two different licensure issues. You can literally have a CSP or programming course on one side of the hallway getting graduation credit, on the other side of the hallway getting CTE credit, probably the same topics, different teacher requirements, different funding. I'm working to try and to get that a little bit less weird, but that is how it is currently.
Another question I had is, did you say there are no endorsements for computer science or cybersecurity? No endorsements at the state level?
No teacher licensure endorsements available. Now, that being said, there are some still around from that we dropped the endorsement in computer studies in 2000. And you do still have some teachers, obviously these aren't the new folks, who have that endorsement on their license.
So then how does that work? Does the local school district then get to determine what the requirements are? How do you determine who's qualified to teach that course?
That is on the district. If there's no endorsement authorized in state regulations, then it's on the district to figure out if that teacher is qualified.
Our district is part of the business department.
Yeah.
So if you've got a Kansas education license to teach high school business, then your principal might say, oh, by the way, you're gonna teach programming class.
Yeah.
You better get started on it.
For
That's
ours,
exactly.
Is
that's
what?
how it is in mine too.
Yeah, well, computer science was always based on it. Interesting. Every state we've been to is different, and this is really different. So it's, yeah.
Back in prehistoric days, when I was in high school, it was the math department.
Right. Well, computer science
The
always
people that got tagged to teach programming were some, for a math teacher that had a spare hour.
I know I did a lot of work with University of Texas, San Antonio, and they claim they're like the top cyber school in the country. Their cyber stuff is built into their school business.
Sure. There's a lot of schools that like that cyber's out of business.
UTSA,
Yeah.
The two teachers and that's two
They may have just
different
branded the
Laya
one
high
that we
schools.
were-
One is a business teacher, one is a audio visual teacher. So he teaches graphics, motion picture, all video editing stuff. So they are kind of in two separate worlds too on how they approach teaching programming.
Like
Yeah.
Steven said, it goes back to that, any teacher at grade level with licensure and computer training experience. So who gets to determine that computer training experience is the district. And hopefully you're setting.
I can
that
see
into-
benefits, but also disadvantages.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so there's two sides of the coin with that. But
So I've got a couple of comments, not really questions, but maybe those for discussion. So one of the other things I worked with on the KC or the Enterprise KC initiative was a growth mindset. Like, how do you identify people with a propensity for this that might not exist, like in a computer science track? And that got into like evaluation tools, almost like a cyber IQ test. And what they asked me was, are there any low tech analogies for these, these things that you could identify someone that doesn't know, C programming language or how an operating system memory works? And I said, yeah, biology. So if you had my wife's a microbiologist, so I kind of have a little bit of vernacular in that area, but not much. But when I try to teach my students, how cybersecurity works, sometimes I get into kill chains and things like that. But realistically, I try to compartmentalize the different things that you need to know into like organelles in an organism, right? You've got your circulatory system, which would be the networking. You've got your neurology, which would be like the CPU, manipulating memory. And they have other ways of getting into that system, right? So if a biologist can explain that and somebody understands how these different parts of a cell operate, it's very easy to translate that into computer speak. Now we talk about specific languages and things. I don't care about languages in the nuance of where you put semicolons and things like that. I care about three things: storage, control, and execution, right? And if you understand the process of doing those three things between the organelles, you are very dangerous in cybersecurity. I have a current project I'm working on written in 5 different languages, and it is a security project. And I jokingly said I could break the 6 ways from Sunday, even though it's designed to improve security, by basically finding where those 2 languages or 5 languages hand off control, that pass the baton, right? And literally just understanding that it's an organelle system and I'm storing, controlling, and executing, you can do anything in cyberspace. So that very basic, concept can, spin off into very advanced topics. The other thing I want to introduce, you mentioned interfaces with the military. On the Army side, they were trying to figure out a curriculum. They had an acronym called Job Qualification Record, or JQR. I'll do a shout out to Jesse. I don't know if you know him, but Dr. DJ Overmill, I think he's an adjunct at the University of Alabama, Huntsville. He was asked with developing a lot of the curriculum that circled around that program. He had a system called Hogwarts. I don't know if you know him, but yeah, I worked with him quite a bit. I probably pissed him off because I talk a lot, but that was kind of the approach that we took to it. It was not based on what I described, the control, execute, things like that. Just because I think I'm going to try to attack this problem from multiple angles. No one's got a silver bullet. If you do, let me know, because I'm still trying to figure out how to teach these things. Now, the other thing I want to talk about is laboratory environments. So I'm going to have a meeting with my faculty on the 16th of May to try to standardize our curriculum and make sure that we're teaching the organelles in a way that integrate together, right? Like, again, going back to biology, my wife was an expert in pigs, but she knows that things in a pig don't necessarily translate to a cow, right? You can understand digestion in a pig, but a cow's got 4 stomachs, a pig doesn't, right? So when I teach somebody networking, I want to make sure that that networking goes into their programming so that they, are creating a program that's, homogeneous with, in a heterogeneous environment, just pick the elements that will communicate together, right? So I know Packet Tracer and Cisco are very popular. I've taught with them. My concern is when you try to put them in a lab, you run into licensure issues, right? So Packet Tracer being a self-contained way of creating a network. When I went to actually doing some of my higher level, graduate level labs, I went with BIOS, an open source alternative to that. And I could implement that in a cloud-like environment, similar to what you'd see in industry. In fact, I picked that up from industry because that's what Amazon and other places are using for their networking.
Yeah, we're gonna address that issue later down in the agenda, licensing issues and that. So if you want to hang around for that, we could do that.
It's a great way to teach, and that's why I still use it. My only concern is when you try to get into connecting the different parts of the organism, that's where it's difficult. You had the same thing with what the heck was it? ONS3 or GS3 was an open source routing simulator. You couldn't actually use it to route traffic, but you can with BIOS. And then there's also virtualization and things like that are topics that get into building these things. But I've kind of digressed on this, but I do think that a discussion of cross-leveling laboratory environments and curricula from all levels, K12 up through higher education, is essential. It needs to happen, or we're going to be teaching people how to operate on pigs and not cows, and then chickens or whatever. And then when they get into industry, they're kind of confused because they don't see the connective tissue between these things. And I'll yield the floor because I talked for like 10 minutes.
No, that's
Good information.
Yeah.
Thanks for sharing all of that. While we have Steve, do you have something?
No, I've got to get going here pretty quick. So if there are any more questions for me.
Any questions for Steven before he departs?
Now, my contact information, by the way, is at the end of that slideshow I sent you. So if you want to just share that file with folks, and I'd be happy to.
Yep, I'll share that file you sent me. Appreciate you jumping on and joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you all for being there.
Thank you, Steven. John, you want to?
Yeah, why don't we give everyone about a 5-minute break and then
Sounds
we'll pick it
good.
up in 5 minutes. So at this point, we've been going for an hour and a half. Let's take a file break and we'll come back at 5.
Good idea.
All right, folks on Zoom, we'll be back in 5. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone. There are. Anyone still out there, or we go ahead and get started?
Zoom, you hear us okay still?
You hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear.
I just want to take a couple minutes to sort of introduce our team and what DPNC is all about. And what we're trying to accomplish today. And then we'll sort of start our show and tell portion of the program and do some demonstrations of things that have been made available through grant funding from the National Security Agency and the Department of Homeland Security. So again, my name is John Sands. I'm the PI for the new EPNC, which is the Educational Pathways National Center. Just so you know, Chuck and Christine applied for a grant 3 years ago, I think it was. And the idea was 5 solicitations were sent out nationally, right? One for each region. So the CAE program was divided up into 5 regions. And the idea is that someone from each region would sort of take the lead and start to coordinate building and collecting data about career pathways and cybersecurity that feed to our CAE community, right? Out of the 5 proposals, only 2 solicitations were, only 2 responses to solicitation were made. We were one, there was another one out of Washington State. So as a result, we had some discussions with the program office and so on, and they came out with another solicitation that says, why don't we run this nationally? And that's what DPNC is. And then what DPNC could do is work with schools regionally, which we call APIs, in promoting it. So that's sort of the new model, but we're finishing up that previous grant that specifically looked at the Midwest. Okay. What our goal basically was to go to each one of our 10 states, find out how are the states operating and promoting cybersecurity programs from K12 all the way through universities and into the workforce. What are the different types of programs? How many are there? Which ones are really working well that we could share those best practices with other states? But most importantly, how can NSA and DHS support the efforts to create stronger pathways in cybersecurity feeding our universities and specifically our centers of academic excellence? Okay, so that's what the grant basically was all about. And what we're going to do today, starting with Jesse right after me, we'll be to start showing you some of the things that we've created. One of the beauties of this program is that everything we're going to show you is available absolutely free. There's no cost to them. Everything we hope will flow from the CAEs down to their feeder schools. So hopefully you will have someone, as K12 districts that you can work with. And that's why we invited all the CAEs in Kansas to this meeting to work with you. Okay. And then the main thing I want to put out 2 messages I think are extremely important that we put out there. We are not asking you to abandon what you're doing now. That's not the goal. So if you're using Project Lead the Way and you like it, excellent. What we can do is provide supplemental materials to address those areas that you might have some difficulty with, or things that can maybe even go a little further with your programs. If you're looking for a better solution, well, hopefully we can provide that better solution for you. And again, it's at no cost. I know one of the barriers for some schools in Project Lead the Way were just cost. So I mean, that's that's just the reality of it, right? And then the other message I really need to get across to you when we talk about the cybersecurity field. When I hear some of the discussions today and throughout the 10 visits that we get, too many people try to narrowly look at cybersecurity. The nation put millions of dollars into studying the cybersecurity field, and they published a document called the NIST framework, right? And the NIST framework basically told us that there are 7 areas of work. Not everyone is working on defense. Not everyone's doing pen testing. There are 52 different related jobs out there in cybersecurity. And some of these may be really good at producing one or the other, but basically we need to address all of those, right? And the beauty of that is that not everyone has to be an expert programmer. Not everyone has to be, a pen tester. There are many different types of jobs. One of the most important jobs in cybersecurity today is in procurement.
how do we know that the products that we're bringing together, or when we join two organizations together, what vulnerabilities that we're creating when we do those things? And we have to have experts that can evaluate those things and tell us, right? So when we talk about cybersecurity, we understand it's a wide scope of jobs, right? And again, 52 different job roles, right? And the other thing that goes along with that is that it touches many different programs and disciplines. So we just talked about it. Some areas are out of business. That doesn't mean they're wrong. There are many things in business that we need cybersecurity expertise in, right? The medical field needs a tremendous amount of cybersecurity support today, right? Manufacturing, automotive. I mean, I happen to work with our automotive department at our college, and we have a whole unit now that every single automotive technician is taught. You've all heard about the Hyundai problems we've had recently and other issues we've had with cars. So this is a multidisciplinary issue. And I really believe across a discipline, there are certain aspects of cybersecurity that we need to be teaching in almost every type of program. So it should be in our business programs. It should be in our healthcare programs. It should be in our automation, manufacturing, automotive technicians, even your household heating, air conditioning today. There are issues that those individuals, those technicians have to be aware of, right? So that's what we're trying to do with the curriculum and the components that we did. So when you take a look at our resources that we're providing for you, we tried to break them up so it meets the need of the entire audience. It's not, here's one package and you have to take it. No, what you'll see that we've done is that we have units in math, we have units in programming, we have units in cybersecurity information systems management and so on, right? And then we try to look at all aspects of preparing students for work in this area. So it's not just the content, but it's also practical labs and actually the ability to measure competencies that businesses and industry are looking for. Okay, so I sort of want to change the picture of what most people think of. It's not the people in a dark room doing the pen testing and in defense systems. There are many other types of jobs that are associated with cybersecurity. Okay. And with that, what we're going to do is have different members of our team present some of the initiatives that we have. And each one of these initiatives are really designed to give you resources, right? As educators, but then also if your district doesn't have programs, to give your students opportunities to at least examine this pathway and potentially take at least an entry-level course that could lead to one of our RCA institutions, okay? So that's what the program basically is all about. And I'm going to hand it off here to Jesse Hairston from University of Alabama, Huntsville. And his group has really done a lot of work on building a full-blown course. But again, it's broken up into elements, and he'll give you all the details of what they've done there. I think you'll be impressed with the type of materials and the things that are available at no cost, right? So Jesse, are you out there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing, and I will pass the ball to you, okay?
Awesome, thank you. Okay, let me share my screen so that you guys can see what I'm seeing.
See what happens here. Oh, yes,
You got it. You already had it.
Yeah.
All right, and I apologize for not having my webcam today. I'm presenting remotely, but I do have a photo of myself here on this next slide, so you can look at a younger version of me. Again, my name is Jesse Hairston. I work at the University of Alabama in Huntsville. We began developing the Ring project back in 2020. It started with just a handful of people, and we've grown to what's essentially a full school and development staff that we have here. So you'll see that we have a counselor in our Ring program because we do teach students across the nation. We've got 3 full-time instructors on it, instructional support. We have a dedicated graphic designer to kind of give our curriculum, a static look and feel throughout. Catherine up there is the person that you'll talk to if you're trying to get registered for the course and get access to materials. We've got our student organization coordinator, Ashley Mahoney up there, to offer the students different types of extracurricular activities while they're engaged in the course. But to kind of give you an overview before we dive into the distinct pieces, again, RING stands for Regions Investing in the Next Generation. And really the reason we created that name was because when we actually got the initial grant to begin this, it truly was a regional effort. We were partnering with universities all over the nation, not only to design and develop this curriculum, but to review it, look at it from different aspects, provide a tremendous amount of feedback. And we launched the RING course this past fall. We did a full launch of it, and it's now available for free for teachers to access, but also for students to register through us so that we can teach them directly. But really the ideology we had when creating this program was we wanted to create a cybersecurity course that would fill the gaps and help lead students along the pathway into a cybersecurity career. So really we wanted to address those problem areas, students that might be in a rural community, students that might be homeschooled, students that may attend a school that's under-resourced and doesn't have lab equipment that would suit a more traditional cybersecurity teaching experience. And really, any student that doesn't have access to a cybersecurity course, we wanted RING to be a viable option for them. So we decided to make it online, which, we proposed this grant before the pandemic hit, and we were just very timely, and, online materials and curriculum became very popular after that. And yeah, we'll just dive into the different pieces of this. I will say that we have another grant for RING as well called the Capacity Expansion Grant that's really expanded our team and has allowed us to offer the course to more teachers and students, as well as provide virtual lab seats to many students across the nation. And again, we hope to continue growing all these efforts as RING grows and becomes more common in various states. But the way that we teach RING right now is we teach it primarily across 3 different categories. We have, RING is now a part of the EPNC, so we have centralized instruction that we offer through our 3 RING instructors that you saw up here. So we register students all over the nation, and they're going to be in a RING course under Anna, Amelia, or Benjamin right here. So that's all of our centralized instruction. I'll get into the numbers of the students that we have right now. We also have regional EPI courses launching at our partner institutions this fall, where they're going to stand up RING courses either themselves or working with K12 institutions in their area to just help provide, that more local RING experience if the student doesn't want to take it at the national level through our team, or even if there's not capacity for them to. If our RING courses are full, there's going to be a local option for them as well. And finally, we have the external instruction. That's what I call teachers that gain access to our materials and then teach it within their own classrooms, not directly through the EPNC. And all of these are viable options. I also wanted to kind of mention what our materials are based off of. So when we were designing the curriculum way back in 2020, we decided to adopt the cybersecurity curriculum guidelines, which really highlight what a student needs to know about cybersecurity before they begin taking those cyber classes in college. So we thought this was a really good way to help pave that pathway to get them interested in it in high school. It was modeled after the AP Computer Science framework, and we're also using targeted foundational CAE knowledge units in our curriculum as well. So the way the CCG, the cybersecurity curriculum guidelines are broken down is we have enduring understandings, learning objectives, and essential knowledge statements. And we have all of these kind of mapped throughout our curriculum. We've designed lesson plans, which is especially helpful for our instructors that just want to access the materials and teach it themselves. It has all of these items mapped out for them, as well as those foundational CAE knowledge units. And we have that kind of cross-mapped inside of a document, so you can kind of see, oh, well, this CCG item maps with this knowledge unit right here. So we have that kind of laid out just to assist with any kind of standards mapping that you may be wanting to do for your state. Now, the full curriculum package that we offer for RING has a variety of materials. First of all, I'll say that we designed this to be a 180-day course, and we wanted to really lean into giving the teacher more resources than they would use, because as was mentioned earlier, not every resource is appropriate for every classroom. You've got to know your students. So we just wanted to create a variety that could be used. So we have lesson plans for you as the teacher to take and review and use. And if you want to structure your class based on those lesson plans, you're welcome to. If you'd like to adapt them, you can do that as well. And just like John mentioned earlier, you don't have to take the full Ring course and use all of it. If you'd rather just harvest pieces of it to use, we're completely fine with that too. Really the goal of this is to make sure that students can have access to a cybersecurity course. So if you're already using something that you like, but you think, oh, I need to supplement this with more labs, or maybe some of these Ring games, or I really like the assessments in Ring, I'm going to use those, then you're welcome to take any piece of this and use it. We've also built instructor slides that you can use, as well as different types of labs and games. Some of them are more traditional labs. Some of them are the net labs that other members of the team are going to show you later this afternoon. Again, we also have a graphic designer on the project to build custom graphics for all of our vocabulary terms. And again, try to give Ring this distinct look and feel that makes it a little bit more aesthetically pleasing to dive into. We have graphic organizers. Some of those are drag and drop that make them a little bit easier to use with an online format. We've designed assessments. And I will say Ring is also a work in progress. So we have big plans to revamp certain pieces of the curriculum this summer, add some more assessment questions in there. That's been a big ask that we've had is, hey, I'd like a larger pool of tests. Maybe I want to give a second version of a test or different versions in the classroom. So we're working on providing that as well. Now, we host all of our Ring curriculum inside of a Canvas page. That's our learning management system that we use. And we split out Ring into 10 different modules. 8 of these are based on those, the CCG units, the main learning objectives from that. But we also have kind of an introductory unit. That's our unit 0. And in the middle, we decided to do a unit that's an introduction to Python programming. And that's kind of an optional unit as well. We realize, some students, some schools that may teach this, their students may have already had programming. So it's fine to skip over that or just go through it a little bit faster. But we wanted to provide just a little bit of programming knowledge to be taught in there as well, just for those schools that may want to use it. Again, we do have labs and games. I'll show you some examples of these. Some of these were created by our partners at Purdue University Northwest. And they're actually they're online games that you can just access through a web browser. And they're mapped to each of our 8 cybersecurity curriculum guidelines. So really the goal of this is if you want to have like a soft introduction to a unit and send your students the game to engage with beforehand, or use it as a soft review at the end of a module, then you can do that. We just wanted kind of another way to engage the students with these topics, and I'll show you some of those games in just a few minutes. And then we have the lab access that's through our net labs. Again, I don't want to steal the thunder from Yuri and Kyle, who are going to show that right after me. But I did want to say that this is our online platform that, again, can be accessed through a web browser to access virtual machines and complete challenges on there. We do have 19 different teachers across 13 states using it with about 364 students. And we really hope to expand this, especially as we're building out a new version of our NetLab environment. And then I also wanted to point out kind of how our classes go for those students that centrally register for the Ring program through us. So the way that it works is we have asynchronous online classes because our students are all over the nation. They're in different time zones. We try to group them in similar time zones by instructor, but they're also in different grade levels. Our teachers that teach the course are cybersecurity teachers. They have graduate degrees or have taken graduate classes in cybersecurity. And they do a really good job kind of managing the class, even though it's in an online environment. So what that involves is frequent contact with the student, contact with the parents as needed. Some of that's like sending a positive email to the parent about the work of the student and just making sure that we kind of have that rapport with them. This is just kind of a screenshot of one of our teachers' instructional instances on the right-hand side. So you can see we split out everything by day. We have a link where they can make an office hours appointment. Our teachers lead study sessions with the students leading up to exams. So if they want to hop on Zoom and get some, a little bit extra review for an upcoming test, they can do so. Okay, so what I want to do now is just kind of hop into the Ring instance on Canvas and show you a little bit about what that looks like. So this is our Ring instructor canvas right here. So I'll share the QR code and just a little bit on how you can gain access to this. But if you don't catch that QR code, or if you can't scan it with your phone, we can send you the materials. I can send a link in the chat, whatever we need to do to get you registered for this. Any educator can join. We do a quick check to make sure that you are a teacher, either by looking on your institution's website, or we do just a short verification process. Our concern with that is we don't want a student registering for the instructor canvas and having full access to all of the solutions for everything. So we do keep this a little bit protected in that regard. We have a sample syllabus here on this Canvas page that you can use for your class if you'd like to. And then we have the Ring modules laid out here that you can kind of jump to as needed. So if you click on any of these, it'll take you to all of the materials in that unit. We also have this content list, which is just another way to view things. I'm actually going to start by looking at the unit 2 content. Oh, sure.
I'm wondering, so you have the 10 modules. I'm wondering if there's a way to extract a single module so it can be reviewed. Because right now it's like, I got to click on everything inside every activity to be able to see it and make a copy. Is there a way to get a full set of a module to be able to review?
Yeah, you can get a full export and then you can just import which modules you want.
But even to see it and review it without clicking on every link, because there's no file access on the side like you see up there.
Yeah, so what you can do is I think John mentioned this, you can kind of export the whole thing. So if you have your own Canvas or a different learning management system you'd like to import it into, you can access it there. We also, we do have, if you click on this content list, it does list all of the links here for that unit. So if you want to just look at all of your activities and labs, then you can see all of those on the side. You do have to click through them to open them. The same with our graphic organizers and viewing guides there.
This is a list you could decide which ones you want, but to get it, you would have to click to get it.
So you can also just click on modules up there and see. Jesse, can you click on modules in the LMS?
Sure. Yeah, that'll take you to our module page, and you can collapse or open all of these as needed and look at them by the module. And we've organized these by day as well.
Oh, and then if you change the extension from.
And you see here we have the instructional slides, the lesson plans. That content list is right here that just has the links. So that's up here. And then we have them kind of organized by day, just based on our recommended pacing that we have. Again, you're going to have to change things based on your students and how they learn best. And again, you don't have to use all of the resources here, but we have everything listed out inside of this. I'm going to dive into just one of our instructor slides and kind of show you how we have things cross-linked throughout. This is our instructor side. We have a student set. So if you want to send out slides for students to review, that just has some of the links scrubbed from it. So again, they don't have access to all of the teacher documents that you have in there. But this is our establishing trust module. We do have, just some text showing, the big idea, the main learning objectives that we want to convey across to the students in here. And then we dive into our first section of it. We have a vocabulary list. Again, we've designed custom graphics for all of the vocabulary in every unit. And then you'll notice where a lot of your resources are cross-linked. They're not only in that Canvas page and the modules and the content list, but they're also in the comments of the slides that they're needed on. So here we have the vocabulary list. Well, you can have access to this vocabulary graphic organizer. We have a student version and a teacher version with the solutions. We also have a link to a Quizlet and a Kahoot that we've created for these vocabulary terms. So this is kind of your one-stop shop for the vocabulary for that unit. We also do something called viewing guides. Not all teachers like to use these, but some do. So we did want to create these for videos that we have throughout the curriculum. So this one just dives into, what is the CIA triad? What does it mean? What are the different pieces of it? And I have a copy of a viewing guide here. We have review questions that you can ask them near the end. This one's on switches and routers. So again, it's just, so that they have a guide to kind of fill in the blanks while they're watching the video. Again, not all teachers like to use these, but again, the beauty of Ring is you can kind of use or exclude what you'd like to inside of the modules. So then we have kind of our content here. You'll see another thing that we link is something called eMates. I think that Mike's gonna demo that a little bit later this afternoon. But just to show one real quick, this links to another resource that we have posted online where you can click through these different kind of animations and it'll give you descriptions of things. Some of them are interactive where you can hit toggles or you can type in numbers and do like a learning check using that. So we have these kind of integrated throughout the curriculum as they're needed. So here the Macomber cube is shown with the CIA triad that we're teaching in this section. And then we have, different questions posed on the slides that teachers can use and answers to those questions throughout. And then as we get to them, we have activities that are linked, and you can see all of our standards are going to be inside of the comments as well. And then we have a lesson plan folder where we provide all of the lesson plans for our instructors. So here it shows you, hey, we're on day 3, slides 16 through 20 is what we cover. Here's the learning objectives. Let me zoom in a bit to make that a little bit easier to see. Here's the learning objectives that we're going to cover for the day. If there's any of those CAE knowledge units covered, they would be listed here as well. And then we have the slide titles, different notes for you as the instructor in there. We have guided and independent practice on the bottom. So if you want to send them an extension activity to do home, or just you have some time at the end of class and you'd like for them to work on something, we have a few different options here. Some of them are, again, just websites that we link to and give a little bit of instruction on how to use that. The way that we built our lesson plans is using a website called Common Curriculum. So here we have all of the timeline for Ring laid out on here. And if you just click on a bubble, then you're going to have access to the lesson plan on the right-hand side with links for it, and then just different items for you so that you as the instructor have a reference that you can use when teaching the course. And we'll give you a little bit more information on how to teach it and not just that content knowledge on what this actually is. So we kind of help fill in that gap because we think that's appreciated by our teachers. I did also mention that we had these web-based games that our partners at Purdue University Northwest created. So we have a different game for each of our 8 different cybersecurity modules based on the CCG, those guidelines. I'm just going to kind of demo one of them right here. I've already started the game. This one's kind of like a puzzle game. It's based around routing and devices on a network. So I can click one of the levels here. It'll load it up. Again, this is all just inside of my browser. Has music that'll play, but I muted that just for our sake up here. And we're trying to route this van over here to this waypoint that we're trying to get to on the bottom. So we can move around these tiles and put them where we think they need to go. And the van's going to roll over there, go to the arrow, it's going to make it turn in the direction that it's pointing. And then we're going to make our way over here to this point. So the levels get more complex as we go through them. I think this is like level 2. And something that's kind of neat is between some of the levels, we'll have our character jump in here and talk about different elements of networking. And so we're trying to kind of seed in that technical knowledge, but also complementing it with some fun, more casual gameplay, because again, this is meant to be kind of a soft introduction or a soft review of the unit that it's a part of. Okay, so I think that's most of the major pieces of the curriculum. I did want to show off, we do have graphic organizers on here. Again, because it's online, we wanted to make these kind of drag and drop. So this one covers public and private keys. So the student would read the definition and decide whether it's a public key or whether it's a private key, and they would put the solution on there, save the file, screenshot it, turn it in. We also have more traditional labs in here as well. This one is a lab activity on the Caesar cipher. It uses a website that has a Caesar cipher wheel that we direct them to, so that they can rotate that wheel and they can decrypt different messages. So again, this is a more traditional lab experience. And then we also have the Net Labs, which kind of offers that virtual machine experience that you'll see right after this. So I'm going to jump back to the presentation and go over some other elements that we have for the Ring curriculum as well. Outreach is very important to us. We're still trying to just drum up as much interest in the Ring course as we can. I'll make sure that you guys have links to our student sign-up page. So if you have students that want to take the Ring course from other schools, you can send them to us. We offer courses all throughout the year, even included in just the summer. We've added a new summer section that I'll go over. Now we've been working really hard to try to get Ring out to as many teachers as possible. Our numbers as of yesterday were 232 educators across the nation have access to the Ring materials and are using them. About 50 of those are university professors and staff that are using it. And I think that represents about 50 different schools. So really we have, about 180 different K12 educators that are using the materials. And then we have this map just showing you where the materials are being used. So again, we're a national effort in here. A testimonial from one of our teachers here on the side. Now, the Ring courses that we're offering over the next year, again, this is our centralized instruction. You can scan this QR code and it will take you to a page where you can fill out a student enrollment request form. So that's what we ask the students to complete. But we're offering a few different options for them. So we have a single semester option that we're doing this fall. So they'll be in Ring from August to December. And so that's a little bit faster than our intended pacing, right? Because again, I mentioned it's 180 days of materials. So what we like students to do, if they have time, is to take it over the full academic year. So that's going to be from August 2023 to May of 2024. But we do have a much faster, much more advanced option. It's our special summer option that we decided to launch for this summer. So it's kind of like a test phase of it. We're doing Ring from May 30th to August 3rd. So it's going to be jam-packed, very quick. But we do have a few students registered for it right now. And if you know of any students that maybe don't have time to take the course throughout the year, but would really like to experience it, then this summer option might be a really good option for them. And then we have our Ring website here. We are going to be launching a new Ring webpage on the new EPNC site once we get that up and running later this year as well. Now for our centralized students.
Have a course for homeschooled students. You're like your representative from your State Department said, there's really not a lot of courses out there. So, if you're a CAE and you have high schools that don't have courses and their kids would want to take a course like this, and they can actually get credit for completing that. So, okay.
Yeah, another option I want to say is, if you have students that want to take this and you're not comfortable teaching these materials yourself, you can be like a facilitator in the classroom and have your students enroll in this course. We actually had a local school do that recently, where the teacher is not a cybersecurity teacher, and he just enrolled his small class, I think it was like 6 students, into our Ring spring course that we're teaching right now. Our numbers breakdown that we have right now is when we did the pilot course last year, we had 14 students run through it and complete it. We were still designing the curriculum when they were working on it, so we kind of used their experience and their feedback to kind of help us in our design and help us in improvements. We had 33 students take it over this past year, so that's from August 22, and they'll be finishing this course up in this next month. And then we had 19 students who are currently enrolled in our spring course that we're offering. So the map there just kind of shows the distribution of students across the nation. We do have another view of this that shows it by the different regions. And we did add for Puerto Rico students. We just added them as our EPI over the past few months. So we just highlight them a little separately, even though they are in the Southeast region. Demographics that we have, because again, we want to target schools that don't have a cyber program, teachers and students that aren't offering those. So we see here from our instructors, we have a pretty good mix, a pretty good distribution between under-resourced, rural, and no courses offered at their schools. And then for student responses, most of them are taking the course because they just don't have a cybersecurity course offered at their school. Note that these are self-reported by the students, so they may not necessarily know if their school is under-resourced or exactly what category, but we do think this information is helpful. Instructor feedback. So this is just some testimonials that we've had from instructors that we wanted to share with you. And then up here, I think I might have skipped this slide, but I want to make sure that you have this QR code, because if you want to gain access to the Ring materials, this is what you scan. So this will give you access to our teacher curriculum request form. We ask some basic questions, and then you can access that Canvas page that I was showing you, where you can see all the materials, you can view all the links, you can export the course materials. And then once you join that, we'll be sending out a feedback survey at the end of this semester, so expect it sometime in May, just asking about your experiences with Ring, if you have any recommended changes, because we're going to be overhauling some aspects of the curriculum over the summer. Just a few points on student management. So for all of our centrally managed students, we register them in, we have a counselor that kind of oversees all of that. We also give them the option to participate in the student organization. And this is also, the student org is open to students even that aren't centrally registered in Ring. So if you're a teacher teaching the course to your students and you want them to participate in the student org, then they're welcome to. We have monthly guest speakers inside the org. We have a Discord server for them. We post all kinds of different extracurriculars that they can access. I heard the Gen Cyber program mentioned in here. We make sure that they're aware of Gen Cyber camps in their area and just different events going on. So we do centralized reporting on our own students that register through us. But if you as a teacher take this material and teach your students, then we're not going to ask for their grades or anything. We don't need that information. You're just using the materials to teach your own students. I mentioned that we're going to be overhauling some of the curriculum over the summer. We're creating a committee of our EPI institutions that we're partnering with to provide us with feedback that we can use. And then as we're teaching this to our students centrally as well, we do statistical item analysis on how they're doing on the exams to kind of figure out, maybe we're asking a question that's too tough or a question that's too easy, and we can use that to kind of inform our development and how we change the assessments going forward. This just highlights some of the aspects of our Ring student organization. We also have like a Ring student org set of bylaws that we can send out to you if you want to stand up your own instance of the Ring student organization at your school. So again, just another way for the students to engage. they can still join all of our monthly guest speakers. They can still join our Discord and then have access to all the news and information. Another thing that we've added just within the past year is we wanted to integrate in those nice work roles into the curriculum. So we've created this session within the student org where we bring in these guest speakers from industry, and we kind of entice them in by making a trading card out of them. So, you know, collecting Pokemon cards and things like that are kind of had a resurgence in popularity. So we're trying to capitalize on interest in that by making these guest speaker cards for our Ring student org. So as students attend these guest speaker events, they can collect the cards. We've even printed out some physical copies of them. And again, it's another way to kind of entice guest speakers and highlight those nice work roles as well. And then our main contact for Ring, if you're trying to get in touch with us, is going to be ring@caecommunity.org. Catherine, our program coordinator, monitors that email address. If you have any issues accessing the course, registering, if you want to get flyers and materials to give out to schools or give out to students, we can send all of that out through there. It's really the central contact for this. So just make sure that if you're interested in, or if you have any Ring questions after this, you can always reach out to us at that email address and get the latest news on us. So I think that's about right on time. I did want to leave some time for questions, just in case anyone had any questions that they wanted to ask or any issues or comments about Ring in general. Again, we're going to show some more of the pieces this afternoon that kind of integrate in and provide you with more resources. And this is all free to access, free to use as much or as little of it as you'd like to. But yeah, any questions?
Any questions for Jesse right now? No, I think we're good, Jesse. Thank you very much for an excellent presentation as usual.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, one thing I'll add to that, if you don't have Canvas, you know, we put it up on the Canvas Instructure website. It's a free public website. You can always use that in your classes if you don't have an LMS, or for schools that don't have an LMS, and it's easily imported into your course. So, all right. From there, we're going to next bring on our team that's working on our lab environment. So part of this proposal, especially for the EPI going forward, is that ultimately we'd like to offer a virtual lab environment for all high schools working with our CAE institutions that are interested. However, some of our funding got cut. So we are going to limit, at least for the first 2 years, how many schools can actually use this. But if you're interested in using the virtual environment, we'll be offering a course this summer, and any teacher that sits through that course and learns how to use the environment, we will give you the keys and you'll be able to use it for students for the next, for the next couple of school years or whatever. So hopefully from here on out. But Kyle Jones from Sinclair Community College in Ohio is sort of leading and managing that effort of building a national infrastructure. Okay, so he'll talk about what it's all about. But the idea is that, yeah, we have the curriculum and, we've got, content, but we want students to have actual practical skills that are employable. And to do that, they have to be able to work on real machines, real networks, real systems, right? And that's what the lab environment does. I've been working on this for 20 some years now. We were the first national center in the country through the National Science Foundation. And the very first thing we learned early on was that you cannot teach cybersecurity on your production network at your institution. I don't care what kind of institution it is, you do not want to do that, right? And I don't care if they're virtual machines, if it's touching your network, I would say I would recommend that you do not do that based on the types of tools and things that we're teaching our students. So what NetLabs is, it's a cloud-based solution with real machines. And Kyle will go through and talk about what we're doing there. But the idea is that we have these machines that we build and we can distribute to you. through our cloud service. But what we're trying to do is to build a national network of these cyber ranges that are out there. There are many cyber ranges across the country that have been funded by the states. And if you talk to most of them, they are really underutilized. So this is just a way of increasing the utilization, giving them a front end, giving you a way of scheduling activities for your students, and giving them the ability to use hands-on actual real machines that they can do labs on. So Kyle, you out there?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
All right, I'll hand it off to you.
Sure. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the infrastructure, and then I'm going to hand it over to Yuri to give some demonstration of some of the labs that he's built. Again, kind of going along with what Jesse had talked about today, we're wanting to use an infrastructure that is easily accessible on any platform. So take, for instance, NetLab is easily accessible on any HTML5 application, any type of hardware. The nice thing is Jesse had that picture of me holding up my iPad that I had logged into the NetLab system that we were able to connect to. So it kind of just shows the ease of use. So kind of like what John was talking about, we know that there's a lot of groups around the United States that also has NetLabs that are currently being underutilized. Take, for instance, I'm at Sinclair Community College in Dayton, Ohio, and we have quite a large NetLab infrastructure that we build out. And even though, we have 600 or 700 internal students use it, we're still only using about 30 or 40% of our actual environment. Also, the state of Ohio has an Ohio cyber range. So John and I are actually working with those cyber ranges to see if they'll actually stand up, some of the front ends for NetLabs, that we can give them that unit so they can help spread out that infrastructure. So our idea and hope and goal is at one point is to have this national infrastructure that you would be able to select per your state and be able to connect to the resources that are then hosted there within inside of your state. Now, we're also working with NDG to see if there's a way that we can leverage some of their infrastructure, some cyber range infrastructure. Like I mentioned, I'm in the state of Ohio. There's state funding to support cyber range efforts. So we're working on this to try to roll this out to make it easy, because if you're currently using the Ring curriculum, it's very easy just to implement all of the labs that are involved inside of NetLabs inside of it. So we would be able to draw down into these different areas if you lived in different pieces or different areas of the country, right? To figure out what resources are available. So that's just a little bit about the infrastructure that we're trying to roll out. We're trying to make sure that that's covered. And I'm going to hand it over to Yuri, because Yuri's actually going to show some of the labs that he's working on to be a part of the Ring curriculum. And like what John was saying, I'm putting together a training to train people on how to use the system, how to use NetLabs. I've always joked around that in our classes, we expect students to use the software that we're using in the class, like VMware or something like that, but we don't actually teach the students how to use VMware. So then the students get stuck trying to use an application. So we put together this training for instructors and or for students to learn how to better utilize reserving time inside of NetLabs. So then people aren't frustrated with a tool, they can jump in and start learning. So Yuri, I'll hand it over to you. And also Yuri, I have packet tracer up. So when you want me to share that, just let me know, but I hand it over to you.
While Yuri's coming up, let me just explain to you real quick that the way NetLabs basically works is it's a VMware platform with pods, or with a group of virtual machines. And you can deliver that two ways. You can do it like we do it, and like Kyle does it on a private cloud. So we have 10 servers at our institution. We can serve thousands of students simultaneously with it, right? But the other way that you can do it, we're working with the developer of NetLabs, which is NDG, and they have a cloud-based solution that's a public cloud, right? And that's scalable to who knows how big, right? But the problem with that one is that we will have to fund that. So we'll fund it through the funding of our grant. But we want to have a mix of the two so we can leverage the grant dollars as best we can and serve as many schools as possible. But our goal this year is to actually have 5 regions and a minimum of 200 students per region. So we will have lots of slots open for teachers, but gain access to this, we are going to require that you sit through a class. It's a short class, a couple hours, whatever. But the worst you can do is give a teacher something they don't know how to use it, because then all they're going to do is complain about it, right? So if we're going to give it to you, we want to make sure that you know how to schedule it, you know how to have your students go into it, and you can go into it and actually grade their materials and so on, right? So that's just a little bit background of what we're going to do with this. But is Yuri there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, John.
Take over.
Thanks, everybody. Hi, my name is Eric. I am with the Ivy Tech Community College in Indiana. Work with John and the team on multitude of projects. And like my colleagues mentioned, I'm actually responsible for developing some of the labs that I will demonstrate for you today. As John mentioned previously, we found out early on that especially in the K12 space, you have to keep the students engaged, right? And in IT, in general, I would say, and in cybersecurity, you have to kind of sit in front of the computer and play with the tools. So as John mentioned, all of this is virtualized. It's essentially a sandbox that has a couple of machines. The machines, they are networked together. So the students can come in and play with it without causing any damage to any other infrastructure outside, may it be physical or virtual. So we develop, I will quickly log in over here. And anybody actually uses the NDG right now?
Any platform on a browser.
Yes, all you need is a platform on a browser, right? So it's a HTML5 code. So actually any platform and any modern browser will work right now. All the computing power is consumed on the server, so there is very little resource needed on the computer itself. So even Chromebooks will actually work for this. Anybody actually used the NDG before?
Anyone here use NDG?
No.
No. Well,
okay. Go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just one person. But can you scroll through these and go let them know
yes.
what the
yes.
So
right now we develop 16 different labs. 12 of them are what we call cookie cutter, for lack of better words, and they are very step by step. So we want to really, introduce the students to the concepts. We want to show them the tools, explain the commands, kind of make them think about what is actually happening on the back end over there, if you will. And I will demo one of them. And then we have what we call competency based. So of course, one of those things that come up in the conversation with employers and federal government is that we have to be able to actually evaluate, right, or assess, if you will, what the skills, knowledges, and abilities that the students actually gain from the classes, right? And the cookie cutter labs, if you have any experience with any of those, usually they do very poor job, I would say, of that. Right, because once again, they are, step by step, we actually tell the student, hey, this is the command, this is where you click. We even show them what the result should be, usually a screenshot of the system. So we develop 4 competency-based labs. So every 3 to 4 cookie cutter labs, if you will, we will have a one competency base when we actually give them scenario and we give them few questions, almost like a challenges. And we ask them to just use the knowledge that acquired previously into 3 or 4 labs and to solve those challenges, right? And then, of course, that's our grading, and then we can actually assess once again, the true knowledge transfer, if you will, and what the students actually remember. So you see the list over here. We started with the basic commands for both the Linux and the Windows environment, of course, because most likely the students will need both, right? How to create and manage users in both Linux and Windows, once again. And then we will have a competency lab number 1. So we will actually, once again, give them the scenario and ask them, hey, can you create a user over there? Can you assign the password, change the password over here? Can you figure out what the network settings for some of these machines are? right? And it's, just simple challenges that we will that will allow us to actually evaluate if the 1 and 2 and 3, if you will, lab actually had any measurable difference on the students' understanding of the concepts. Then we kind of move and we talk a little bit about the network commands, how to change the networks, how to verify the network over here, and how to capture and analyze the network traffic. This is a cybersecurity, basic cybersecurity class, the most likely job of, at least from the 2-year college standpoint, will be a SOC analyst, right? So they will do a lot of looking through the packets. So, Wireshark and such, we show them a couple of filters. And once again, then we have competency lab, that just ask them to change the network, read the network information, and then look through some PCAP file to find some clues in the traffic that was captured for them. Then 6, 7, and 8 is all about hashing and encryption, kind of the meat and potatoes, I would say, of the cybersecurity, for lack of better words. So we start with simple hashing to show them how they will actually verify the integrity of something, then the password tracking and the encryption to files in both Linux and Windows environment, and the competency lab number 3, once again, simple scenario, and they will have to perform these things without any directions, if you will. And we will finish it with the scanning the ports and services, so they actually know what is running on the machine, capturing and analyzing networks over here, some vulnerability scanning and some firewall configuration, and the last competency lab that once again will verify the information. So like I said, 12 cookie cutter, whatever you want to call them, that's our internal name for them, labs that actually kind of go step by step over each of those topics or techniques, and then for competency based, that we actually try to assess the knowledge. So let me just open one over here, make the reservation.
So this is all there is to making a reservation. Student goes in.
And you can change the time over here, so you can see that right now it's set up for 45 minutes, and you can actually set up the default time to whatever you want, and then the students can change it, and you submit it.
It's spinning up the machines, doesn't take long.
Not yet. When I click on to enter the lab, right, it will start spinning it. It starts from the scratch. Of course, the big advantage of virtualization is if the students do something and the pod actually stop responding, all they need to do is to shut it down and restart it, and it will actually, reset itself, so to speak, to the original configuration. Right, that's why we like it. And in cybersecurity, of course, the rule number 1, you never do anything on a live machine. The basic structure of the NDG, the students will see the topology over here, so you can see that the pods are always the same, for different machines. They are all on the same subnet, so they all can talk to each other over here. The content tab, that's actually the objectives, so that's the tasks that we are asking the students to do over here. The status of the machines, so all of them are powered on. They can actually restart them over here, shut them down, whatnot. And then all the machines are over here. So when they click on it, it will just start, and it will ask them to log in, essentially the same procedure as if they will sit in front of the physical machine over here. The HTML5 really helped us to be very creative and very engaging, I would say, with these labs. So the old NDG environment was all static. There was essentially a PDF file on one side. The students will read it, and they will just follow the PDF step by step. There was not much we can do about it, because, of course, PDF is static document, right? With the HTML5 now, that gave us really some great abilities to make it much more interactive and engaging for the students. So we have some objectives over here when we explain to them, what is the lab all about, right? Why should they care? The topology, of course, so they can once again see, how is it all interworked over here, and the lab settings, that's just the authentication informations for all of those machines. Then the pre-lab is really where the NDG version, I would say, shines, because it allows us now to import all kind of information or resources that actually promote at least better understanding for the students, understanding of the concepts, tools, or techniques that they will use through the lab. So, now we can actually have our videos over here that, once again, because it's HTML5, they can play it straight from the NDG lab. There is no link that takes them outside of that path. I know that you already saw the emails, and hopefully you understand how proud we are all of them, and because they are, of course, HTML5. So once again, now they can go through the email directly from the path itself over here. And we can even give them a PowerPoint presentation. Literally the word is the oyster right now for us to embed almost anything into the HTML5 as a pre-lab. Once they kind of get the gist of the topic that we actually want them to practice that day, they can go to the first steps. And the first steps, you can see that this is the cookie cutter lab, right? That's why we call them cookie cutter, because we explain everything over here, right? So we tell them what machine they should use, what application they should execute over here, what will be the command that they will be executing this day. And then we even explain some of the options over here. So they really understand, why, right? Because it's the why. There is a very little value, in my opinion, and John's opinions, and our team's opinions, if we will just give them the command and they will just copy and paste, then they don't even understand what's going on, right? So all the students needs to do, they can click over here, they can log in to the machine. Right? They click on the terminal as instructed, and they can execute some command, right? Now we ask them to take over here a screenshot and name the screenshot A1. So all they need to do is to click on the little arrow, take a screenshot, and in the notes over here, just put A1, right? And submit it. And you can see that on the side over here, it tells them that the screenshot of the Kali Linux was successfully saved. You can move on, and they will just go through, right? Another advantage is that now inside of the NDG environment, we can ask questions. Once again, we can make it much more interactive, and the questions now can be self-graded, right? So we can actually stretch a little bit, about the knowledge. We can ask them something that maybe they will have to go outside and they will have to Google some information. We can select how many attempts they will have. If we can select if we want to show them the correct answer after they submit something, how it will be graded. It's all, you can customize it all you want over here, right? So let's say that, I'm actually pretty good in this. I can submit these, you can tell them that it was correct or not, you can leave it blank. They may just, you may just want to test them a little bit. So they will just go through the steps. The questions, they can be multiple choices, they can be a flags, they can be a drag and drops questions. Once again, any possible question that you can imagine from the physical world is actually doable in the new environment. Once they finish all the steps over here, all they need to do is to submit it, view the results. And clearly I didn't do that good over here, right? It says that from the 6 possible points, I get just 2, so my grade will be 33% over here. They can go and enter reservation.
I get access.
If they take the class. Give you access to see it, but to use it, we don't want you just going around and use it. We want you to have some idea. It's only a 2-hour class. It's not that big a deal.
Okay.
You get free access.
We've had some questions of people trying to get in and try to use it. I don't think I have the right login credentials.
Oh, for this demo?
This demo?
I mean, I can put it there. I'm kind of hesitant, right? Because this is actually a test environment for us. We are kind of the guinea pig. So the NDG is actually in a process of changing all the content into HTML5, but we are the first one, right? So this is actually not live yet. It will be ready for the fall semester.
Does it get released? When is it accessible? When
It's gonna be available for the fall semester, so we'll have it out in August.
class is?
Actually, if you take the class, we'll give you access right when you take the class.
When's the class?
Yeah. I would say July. Yeah.
We find out what people want to do this summer. So,
Okay.
And then as an instructor, you know, you can just go and click on the user, right? You will know, you know, what part they use, what reservation it was, when they actually did it. And you can look on the outcomes and you can see that, you know, the outcomes, once again, not that great, right? I didn't spend much time on it. So that's probably the problem. But you also, when you take screenshots over here, you can actually come over here and you will see the screenshot that I just took, right? So when your students will tell you that, hey, you know, I tried to do something over here, I execute some command, you can go back and you can actually replay their action over here. And you can say, hey, you misspell something or you miss something over here. So that's why the system is not working as expected.
by the way, the screenshots are not like controlled, and there's a button that says take a screenshot of where I'm at right now, and that saves it to the system. So
yes, right. So that's, you know, that's the cookie cutter lab over here. I can real quick, and I understand that I'm standing between you and the lunch, but for the competency base, then let me create another reservation over here. And I will just real quickly show you what we did over here. The basic setup is the same. Like I said, the pod is actually, you know, it's the same image of the pod, so they will not see any different setup for any of the pods. The structure, though, is quite different over here. So let me just wait when it will spin the new pod. So when they will go to the content, you can see that, you know, there is no pre-lab, right? They should already know everything that they need to know to actually execute or solve this challenge. And you can see that we just put a simple scenario over here, right? This was actually originally developed for JORTC, so we tried to stay with the law enforcement DOD kind of theme. It made perfect sense for us at the beginning, and we probably will continue to do it. But then we ask them simple questions, like I said, almost like a challenge, right? Hey, there is some file, you know, there is multiple files and you need to find the correct one, use the SHA-256 to tell me which one should you use to move on, right? And once again, because this is, of course, for the competency base, when we are trying to assess the knowledge, you know, most likely we would not want them to actually see the answer, right? We don't want them to share it. So, you know, they will go through them, you know, select what they want. We usually have anywhere between 8 and 12 challenges or questions, if you will, for each of those competency base. At the end, we like to give them some little reward, you know, so they are starting with the bronze, move to the silver, and then finally golden star. And, you know, we call them like gurus for the theme of the encryption. So this one is, you know, for the 6, 7, and 8, of course, it's all about the encryption. So we call them encryption gurus over here. So this is how we will, you know, approach the competency base labs over here. Do you guys have any questions about any of this?
I don't have questions, but I have lots of comments. I don't know if I should save those to the end or.
Okay, comments. Yeah, they are always good.
Yeah, so I think this is great. I think the approach you guys took with using, actual virtual machines is a good idea. And the technologies you guys picked, Cali, EFSIT, et cetera, those are all things that we've mirrored in our curriculum. And I think the approach you're taking is great. I mean, the ability for students to upload screenshots, the way you have assessments, I agree with all of that. I guess my only concerns would be, like if I were to integrate this in our program, would we be able to, have copies of the virtual machines as they're configured, give those to students? Because sometimes they want to run it on their own hardware. Sometimes they don't have the hardware to do it, but sometimes they can run one or two. That's like if somebody is in a rural area and they don't have a decent connection, they want to do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, we prefer to run it in the cloud, but we share the VMs with the, so if you want the VMs, you have it.
Yeah, that sounds great.
The only thing we have a caveat though, we give you the VMs, we're not supporting it though, because we'll support it on our platform, but we don't know what you're putting it on, and we're not going to say we support it on the other platform. But yeah, I mean, they're just VMs.
So the flip side of that, so we build a lab, very similar to this. It's not as polished as your guys' lab, to be perfectly honest, but my main concern is all the administrative stuff, which we get away from if we put it in the cloud, right? And then the other issue is the accessibility issues you guys described. You make it publicly available, that leads to security concerns. People VPN to get to it. Those are access concerns. It's all over the place. So I think that the cloud offering you guys have is it's the ideal solution for 99% of the population. The other things, what you cover, I think it's good. I like the approach you're taking to it. There's just some areas where I would want to add more content, and I'd be totally fine.
Yeah, this is our first shot at it. I mean, remember, this is high school right now. This is for our high school.
Yeah, it's not a.
We have many other courses out there. We have ethical hacking, computer forensics, we have advanced network security. Those are courses that are already out there. The problem with those courses though is they take way more resources, and I think it would be hard to share those freely to every school. That's the real challenge.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And I mean, I don't mind volunteering my time, my faculty's time, or whatever, to help develop that content. Like I said, I think that the return on investment of not having the administrative burden would be beneficial to us.
That's it. Most schools can't manage the environment locally. That's the biggest problem with doing this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And then to your point, the things I would want to see, it goes back to what I talked about, like the organelles in a larger system. They all add, more virtual machine containers and things, right? Like, the ability to send email isn't just one computer. You have to have DNS, and then you have to have, all the other things required for that. And then when you get into the forensics things you described, I do see time and time again, everyone talks about, the low-level packet analysis, packet or Wireshark or T-Sharp or something like that. That's not what people actually do in SOC work anymore, until they've had other things lead to it. They usually have to have some sort of consolidated logging system with the SIM, and then that ends up bringing like 3 more virtual machines, right? So,
but again, those are advanced courses, not something we teach in this course. And we have a course, we have a GRS course, we show those products, and we have those labs. But that's not something we'd be teaching at the high school level.
So, and again, I'm not teaching at the high school level, but I would like to use this platform at my level if possible. And just because it addresses a lot of the, like I said, admin.
Well, the beauty of this is that there's a whole library of these 15 other courses. If you go to NDG's website and you get the commercial product, it comes with all of those courses, and we really distribute those labs to anyone.
So what is the cost of the commercial product?
You go on the website, it will give you those things. I don't want to take our time with that. But it's, I mean, to get into it, it's about $3,000 is the annual license on it. And then it depends on if you need equipment or not. If you have your own equipment, then you just run on their equipment. And I don't want to use the sales pitch for NDG either. So that's not what you're.
So that's a per institution, obviously not per student.
No, it's per institution.
Okay.
And you can have up to, like I said, we have 10 servers. We can serve simultaneously about 6,000 students. But you could use it for programming. You could use it for all kinds of other things. It doesn't have to be just cybersecurity. Okay. All right. We've got a couple minutes before lunch, I think. Kyle, do you want to just show what we've done with Packet Tracer?
Sure. Yeah, I'll throw a Packet Tracer up here real quick.
Do you want me to do you want me to real quickly just go over the labs and then you can show the one, Kyle?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Is that
I
okay?
think I pulled up number 9. Yeah, lab number 9.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, any of them will work. So the other project, one of colleague of ours, he actually made the packet tracers lab over here. Of course, networking is huge in IT, cybersecurity, you name it. So he created these 10 labs over here, anything from introduction to switch and hubs all the way to the simple firewall, ACLs, and stateful firewalls. They are all self-graded. He really spent some time to make them as realistic as possible. You can see the list of topics over here, and Kyle will take over and he will actually show you one of them. You want me to stop sharing?
Sure.
You should be good to go.
Yep, I'm going to show my whole desktop because we can pop stuff out here. So
show the physical view. That's
Sure.
really where it shines.
So yeah, so I can double click on this laptop and I can see, my laptop. I can see the connections. I could even bring some headphones in. I can connect them up. I can actually turn the power on and off on my laptop. I can see the different switches, the configurations. I can look at the different modules, connect different modules, do all my configurations by actually physically engaging with each of the devices. I can put different cards in. I can do some simulations. I can put wireless connectors in. There's a lot of different configuration things that you can do. Oops.
One of the unique aspects of this is that each one of these labs was not only built in the logical environment, which is what Cisco, when they give it to you, that's typically where you do it. But if you click on the physical tab, you want to show them that, Kyle?
Can you guys see the physical?
No, if you want to close that one, close that box.
Okay.
You click on the physical tab up at the top, left-hand corner.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
So we're actually in facilities, in a SIG, in a rack, and you can actually have the students actually get to go get the switch, put it in the rack, connect it to the, so they sort of see what the real equipment looks like, not just a logical diagram of it itself. And Packet Tracer is a simulator. It is not a virtual machine. It doesn't do all of everything that's on here, but it is far more complex than I think most people understand. If you take a router and you put 4 cards in that router, it takes on the iOS features of that router with those 4 cards, right? So it's pretty damn sophisticated. And they put millions of dollars into this and building it. And nowadays, with all the IoT and the Python stuff that you can do, it's a great platform for just teaching command line syntax, connecting things, showing how to filter traffic, showing how a firewall works, all those kind of things. The basic foundational things are really good, but it is a simulator. It does have limitations, right? But for a high school class, again, I think it's a great tool. I mean, it's one of the best tools that I think that's out there. So, and for teaching like let's say you want to teach DHCP. I don't think there's a better tool out there for doing this, because not only can you set up the DHCP server, but you can set up the helper routers and switches where it's relaying the delivery of the DHCP. You can see the messages that are generated when something's not available and so on. It's actually really an excellent tool for this. Yeah, you want to go back to the logical?
Sure.
How many has used the simulated part of Packet Tracer, where you can actually capture the traffics and do the layer by layer analysis and so on? So that's why we used it, but these are all brand new labs that we created just for the Ring project. Okay. Again, they're all free. Someone wanted to know about the license. I'll talk about that at lunch. Okay. And they're all graded. So down at the bottom, it shows your progress. So students finish the steps, they can actually see what their progress is. The guy that created this is just a total genius. I don't know that he's met them espresso, but I mean, he is way out there with the stuff. You can actually take a real device and interface it with this simulated environment, and it works. It's just crazy what they've done with this. Probably one of the smartest protocol guys I've ever seen out there. But it's an awesome tool for entry level orientation to some of these technologies. I'll go back and show them the grading real quick. They probably some have seen this, but go back to real time.
Sure.
Well, might be not seeing the full screen. Do you have, does it show the progress on the bottom of your screen? I don't see it on the screen.
Let's see. This is the first time I played around with it on the Mac version.
Yeah,
Oh.
there is probably another window open. Look on the click down on the packet tracer
Or you can,
on the taskbar. Click on it, and you should see two windows open. Kyle,
Oh, okay.
go to the
right.
bottom. Yep, that's it. And you see the check over there. Yep.
Yeah.
here, and students can actually, if they go up to assessment, they can see their progress, right? So the assessment tab, they can see what points are associated with which task, and they can, if they are missing a point or whatever, you go back and do that particular task, right?
Mhm.
But if you're interested, these are the kind of workshops that we do in the summer. If you want to learn how to use the advanced, do you know that there's a multi-user version of Packet Tracer? Anyone know that? So I teach a Packet Tracer class in the summer. You really should take it. I think you'd love the class because I can have all my students bring up Packet Tracer. We design the network and they can ping each other through Packet Tracer on their machines. We can set up DNS. We can set up DHCP. We can set up all the different protocols out there. Authentication. It does radius, and so on. But you can actually. I set up as like a contest where all the students are working together and they all have to be online working together. So it sort of makes it fun, as you're doing a design project. But we cover some of that in our Packet Tracer class. So.
Will you send that out in an email?
Yes, yeah, we're going to show you today where you can register.
Okay.
And one of the things we're here is, what do you want? Because we have funding to do these things, and we're just looking for what would be things that you would want to sign up for. So that's part of what we're doing today. So, anything else, Kyle? You want to go through this? We're just about out of time, but.
No, I was just kind of showing, this was the walkthrough. This is why I shared my whole screen, so you can kind of see, this is the steps that I need to do in the project, and then, have the side-by-side screen.
So there's another thing I want that all these things are kind of related to. We mentioned the Cyber Patriot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also at the collegiate level, the cyber defense competition for cyber collegiate, whatever, CCDC.
The CCDC, yeah.
So one of the challenges with that is, when institutions have to become the facilitators for it, some are better than others. Come with the standard loadout, making sure the stuff actually works. It doesn't always work, right?
Yeah.
And then you end up having these injects versus just business-oriented stuff, like talk to the CEO, write a report or something like that, right? But I could see, like we've already talked about, you could take these VMs and move them out. If there was a way that these things, maybe a co-mingling of 6 or 7 of your different offerings would build out a standard loadout for a CCDC or something.
We host the Midwest CCDC at our institution, and we use this as a platform. Not Packet Tracer, we use
The NDG, yeah. Because ideally the way you would see it is you develop competencies, right? And then at the end, you have this culminating exercise, which is CCDC or Cyber Patriot is, force on force type thing. And I think that mirrors very well into going into the workforce and actually having the skills.
Yeah.
And I know when I attended these workforce development meetings, I don't think I've been to one where it didn't come up, where people talked about student involvement in CCDCs. So I kind of see that as the end goal for these types of courses.
All right, well, I think we're going to break for lunch, and then we're going to take that opportunity. We had a couple CAEs in Kansas that didn't get a chance to introduce themselves and what they do at their institutions. We wanted to make sure everyone knew about all 6 of the CAEs that are in Kansas. So we'll have them do that at lunch, and then I'll talk to you about. I'll talk to the group as a whole about the licensing stuff, how it works. So how we can give you free licenses. Why? So, right. So should we?
Yes, feel free to eat. There's drinks over there too, but yes.
Thanks, Kyle.
Plenty of food, so appreciate it. Please eat.
All right, see you guys later. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Yuri.
Sent a lot of bagels back. I ordered too many bagels.
This is not a carb focused group.
Yeah.
Did you?
How are you?
No, we had money for sports select too. Yeah.
I'm afraid if I order what I think is going to show up. Exactly what, I was way too much.
Yeah.
Well, it's better to have too much than too little. That was way.
What?
I
just.
Yeah.
There's usually someone at the college who will keep it up, right?
Right, that's right.
The connect.
See back in a few.
We probably have to connect on a lot of things.
Yeah.
A lot of loose ends.
Yeah.
Yeah, one's online and one's in person.
We're ready. No.
Sorry, everybody. I feel free to keep meetings. We're gonna go ahead and start moving in. One of our CAEs that you guys talked earlier about their institution, both at KU. That wants to share a little bit about KU, so what they're doing, so. Well,
Okay,
it's yours.
thank you. So, sorry to interrupt your lunch. I'll just very briefly talk about what we're doing here at KU. So, at KU, we got our first CAE designation, CAE designation in 2009. I believe we're one of the first institutions in the state of Kansas to become a CAE. We renewed our CAE designation twice. So our current designation is good for appeal 257. And in 2019, we got our R designation. So we're the only school in Kansas to have both CB and R. We have a pretty big cybersecurity education and research team here at KU.
Can we explain what R is? So they know.
R is research. Okay. So basically, we have Edwards campus and we have Lawrence campus. I'm part of the Lawrence campus. I used to teach at Edwards campus, not anymore. At KU Lawrence, we have a cybersecurity certificate, which is a core course certificate for the students. But those core courses are mostly senior and senior electives. So there's a whole bunch of prerequisites for those core courses. You have to go through a whole bunch of programming systems and software engineering courses before you can reach those four courses. Those are networking course, practical cybersecurity course, which we call that cyber defense, theoretical cybersecurity course, and the elective. The elective could be advanced IoT security, mobile security, digital forensics, hardware security, reverse engineering. So we have a whole bunch of these courses. And then recently, I believe at Edwards campus, we have the cybersecurity degree that is called BSc Applied Cybersecurity.
The Bachelor's of Applied Science in Applied Cyber.
Okay, applied cybersecurity.
Applied twice.
Yeah. And in Lawrence, we have the more theoretical version of that. So we're having the Bachelor of Science in Cybersecurity degree, which hopefully we have passed the school, the university level. So hopefully it will be eventually approved to start in this fall or maybe next week. Okay, so we're working with some small logistic issues there. And those are the educational things. And we also have the scholarship for service program. It's almost $5 million grant from the National Science Foundation, where we give students scholarships, and then once they graduate, they will work for the government the same number of years as their scholarship. So the scholarship itself covers everything, tuition, health insurance, books, and on top of that, there's a very good stipend, $52,000 for undergraduate students and per year. As
Yeah, it's a great program. They pay all tuition, all books, everything. What do they get? Is it 32,000 a year?
22,000 a year for undergraduate students and 34,000 a year for graduate
And
students.
what's the name of that?
Scholarship for service. Okay, so yeah, K-State also has one. Yes,
That's different from the promise. Okay, got it.
But where do you draw your students from? Oh,
our undergraduates. So our undergraduate.
so you don't need a community college partner to run that?
That is a good question. Actually,
Not only have that.
we had JCCC students who applied to KU who got this scholarship. Caitlin Dean was one of the very good students we had. 4 student from JCCC, and then I think he graduated from Edwards campus with 4.0 GPA as well. Very good students. So yes, so we for top JCCC students, we welcome them, and also students from other community college, we welcome them to apply. They have to apply after they got accepted by KU. Okay, because the scholarship is actually given to students their final years, the last 2 years of college. So they spent 2 years in community college, apply to KU, get accepted, and we will interview them for the scholarship. Okay, and then and from city perspective, actually quite some years ago, about 10 years ago, 3 city institutions in Kansas, that is us, K-State, and Fort Hays State, are 3 schools. We started a workshop called KANSEC. Initially it's KANSEC, the Greater Kansas Area Security Workshop. And later we expanded beyond the Greater Kansas area. So we call that, now we call that KANSEC with a C, CANSEC. So that's the Central Area Networking and Security Workshop. It's education, research, outreach workshop. We organize that once every year. We usually do that in the fall. Okay, so this year we will host that at KU. Last year it was hosted at Wichita State. Sergio was.
Yeah, he was on. He had to drop off, I think, though.
Yeah, Sergio was part of the team last year, and K-State hosted 2 of that. Simon O was the first general chair of the workshop, and then Eugene hosted that a few years ago. So that's one. And what else? Research-wise, we are one of the 6 the National Security Agency Science of Security Lablets in the nation. So the other 5 are CMU, North Carolina, Vanderbilt, Berkeley. Okay, anyway, KU is one of those big boys in security research. We have a whole bunch of research grants from the National Science Foundation, from the NSA, and also through the CAC. So, and then we have students, we publish, we consistently publish what we call the Big 4 security research conferences. And then that's the research part. And then also outreach. We do a couple of things. We used to host the cybersecurity, cyber defense competitions in Edwards or Lawrence campuses. We do the cyber summer camp every year in the summer. Okay, so this year we're doing it in the last week of July. So the idea is of those workshops, the summer camp is we do those for teachers. We welcome K12 teachers to our campus. We work together on cybersecurity education for K12 students for 5 days, and we try to give them materials that they can directly adopt and use in their classroom. I have some friends here who have been there. And so we always try to reach out to teachers in Kansas and Kansas City area to this workshop. And we provide a solid stipend for them to compensate for their time and travel. It's a lot of commitment to be there in very hot summer days. 5 days in a row. And for some of them, that means drive like close to 2 hours round trip per day. That's a lot of work. Thank you. And also in recent years, the Gene Cyber Summer Camp requires pre-camp and post-camp outreach, which means our faculty and our we have a J Hackers cybersecurity class. So our faculty and our students could visit your campus and talk to your students. We can help you establish your infrastructure. We can help you establish your curriculum. We're willing to do a lot of things together. And also, we also like to welcome high school students to our campus if you want with arrangements. In the past, we have had students from the cyber patriots from the Olathe Southwest High School visit K12 campus and talk to the J Hackers, and we give them a campus tour. It's part of our recruiting as well. Okay, so.
All right, thank you.
Hey,
Thank you.
thanks, Paul.
Favor to ask. Sonny?
There he is.
Don't make me come get you.
So we're gonna show you some of the other types of materials that supplement Ring. You talked about Gen Cyber camps. These things are perfect for Gen Cyber camps, but they're also really good for a math class. They're good for a business class. They're good for other areas of other disciplines that may want access to some of these. So we call these e-mates. But before I do that, you were asking about using Packet Tracer and how does the licensing work? But here's how it works. What Cisco has agreed with us is that if you go to this website, share the screen.
Yeah, that's it. Skills for all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, this is Skills for All. Anyone use it right now? Anyone use Skills for All?
Yeah.
All right, so it's a free website from Cisco. It's got a ton of content on there, all kinds, look at the different courses that are up there. Everything here is free. Well, the only thing that they ask us for you to use Packet Tracer is that they want your students to go up here and register for this class. I shouldn't say for this class, for this website. And they can look at the classes. These are all short classes that students can take on everything from Python to IoT, even how to use Packet Tracer. There's a little course up there, a one-day course on how to use Packet Tracer. But if they want to use Packet Tracer, you want to use Packet Tracer in the class, they want you to encourage your students to go up there and look. The other thing that they call it Skills for All, because they have a lot of other materials up there about how students prepare for these different types of jobs. Okay. And that's what the website's all about. And there's actually a really good cybersecurity course up here that we actually produced in conjunction with them, which is an introduction to cybersecurity. It's totally free. There's no cost to any of these, but that's the hook for how do you get to use it for free.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. So Mike and I are now going to show you a couple of the different initiatives that we have going on, and I'll let Mike drive. On what we call our e-mates, or what Mike dubbed the e-mates, and some of the other things that we're working with 2D and 3D teaching environments. How many have seen e-mates? Anyone using them? All right, so Mike had a NSF grant. I'll let him talk about it, but they sort of came out of another grant, and now we've sort of taken it to the next level with building these e-mates. So go ahead, Mike.
Great. Thanks, everybody. We'll be quick today. So Chuck has given me the hook. So he's told me that I have to be quick today because I get excited and I talk too much. But three main things that we're going to share with you today. So the first one is focused on these e-mates and they're basically building interactivity into the courses. Then we're going to talk a little bit about virtual reality and some things we're doing. And then finally, we're going to talk about some things that we're doing with with artificial intelligence. So again, eMates, the virtual reality career exploration, and then finally the artificial intelligence. And so the eMates, we've got different categories of eMates, so cybersecurity, CMMC, I'll show you all these in a second, and then we'll pick some networking, programming, mathematics, electronics. We're still building these, so if you see any gaps or anything that you'd like to see here, please let us know. They're all HTML5, so they'll work on any modern web browser on any device, so Chromebooks, tablets, mobile phones, and the website here is myemates.com. Or .org, excuse me. There is no .com. Did we reserve that one, John?
Yeah, there's .com, .org, and .net.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so I've got this website open here, and so again, it's categorized like this, and so if you go into any one of these, we've updated it recently where now we actually have little thumbnails for each one of these that we go through, and some of them have sound. We're starting to add narration to these, and John's done a great job of integrating narration through artificial intelligence. So it's basically an artificial intelligence voice. So we could either have John pick one he wants to demo, or if the audience, if there's a particular topic that your students struggle with, we could look at one for that.
I'll pick one just to show you, but you could use these in staff training. You could use it in your auto shop. You could use these in almost any program, but they were designed for the cybersecurity program. But let's just show you an example of one. How many of you know what social engineering is? Heard of social engineering? All right, so we'll show you that one first. I think most people can relate to that one pretty easily. And
yeah, this is a popular one.
these are all free. You can use them anytime you want, whenever you want. So this one introduces social engineering and the different tactics that social engineers use. So how many people have heard of baiting? What is that? You know what baiting is? Well, if you click on baiting, it shows you. So you can always tell our bad person there because they always have horns. So they're the hackers. So you can see someone left a USB drive here sitting on a desk that says payroll. I might want to know what's on that drive, right? So it might entice me to plug it into my system. What happens today? Yeah, I can actually have malware run a script that can, and there's, by the way, there's lots of bad things you can do if you put in an unauthorized USB drive into your system, all the way to a point where it could actually allow someone to connect a remote to your system and really take over your system. Right? So that's what baiting's all about. Shoulder surfing, how many of you have heard of that? So shoulder surfing, traditionally we think of as someone looking over your shoulder when you're typing your username and password, right? Nowadays, what can we do though? Now we have a phone that we can zoom in across a little room, right? And literally take a movie of someone logging in. So we can not only see their passwords and log, we can see their keystrokes, right? But it goes through each one of these, and you could use this for instruction, or you could break students up. Each one of you is going to be asked to present on one of them, right? There's all kinds of different methods you could use these, right?
Hello.
So this is good for courses outside of cybersecurity as well. So for CAEs where we need to show cybersecurity across the curriculum, I encourage the nursing program to use these. I encourage the automotive program, and then we can demonstrate that we're teaching cybersecurity concepts throughout the college. And here's I always like dumpster diving. So we had a Gen Cyber camp, and the students were they were filming videos on each one of these topics. So that's the way we did it. Is we said make your little team, and you filled a video on each of these scenarios. And there was construction going on, so we had a dumpster outside the building, and so the students really wanted to get inside that dumpster, but we didn't let them do that. Okay. So again, these are free to use. They're available today, myemates.org.com and .net. And so you can just link to them from your, if you have a course management system, or if you want to just link to them from your own links and point that to students. All right, so what else, John?
One type, right? Yeah, it basically just sort of introduces a topic through animation and the students having to click on things and they can listen. We try to hit all the learning modalities in these, but these are really good. Mike and I are both engineers. And I say we're sort of like learning engineers. Like, how do you learn how to do certain things? So a good example might be, how do you teach binary number systems and conversion of binary number systems? So if we go to that one, it would be under mathematics. And we have a couple here like scientific notation, binary, but let's show you how binary. I just used this the other day in class. And my students like got it right away because they get the mechanics of how the number systems work and so on, right? So we go in and we explain why binary numbers are used on computers. We can show that, we use ones and zeros, and switches and lights can be used to represent inputs and outputs of these binary numbers, right? And we go on and we show how to count in binary. So you can see the switches turn on and off and the lights turn on and off to show counting, right? Okay, and you can count down too, by the way. So it's a quick way to see how the number systems work, right? Then we go in and we show them how you do conversions. So if we had a binary number like 11011, so on, you can see that they represent different values, right? Ones, twos, fours, eights, so on. If a 1 is 0, we add them. If a 0, we don't add them, right? And now we would see that's how you would write 155 in binary, right? And then here's the magic part of it. Now I bring up the next street. And I'm like, okay, now do you know what these are? These are ones, twos, fours. Give me 117. And everyone in the class has to add this up. Give me the switch positions for 117, right? And they start to learn how to do binary to decimal conversion just by turning the switches on and seeing what they, so we can see the binary equivalent to it would be 1110101, right? And then I'll always have that student in class. Does this one do the decimal? Go to the next one.
Yeah, it does. Mm-hmm.
So I always have that student in class that knows it already, right? So I always want to have something in there that challenges even the better students. So I said, what happens on the other side of the decimal point? What if I have 0.011? What is that? And 9 out of 10 times they have no idea, right? But this one will show them how that works as well, right? So we go on the other side of the decimal point. Instead of it 2, it's a reciprocal 2, right? Or 1/2. Instead of 4, it's a reciprocal 4, 1/4, and so on, right? So now turning those switches on, we can see how we come up with decimal numbers in binary as well, right? One lesson of this, and they get binary pretty quickly. And you can make a game out of it, or you can just do it as a challenge. You can give them a bunch of them. They have to use it. You maybe come up with the solutions. But that's what we created these for, was to show processes and how do you mechanically do, how does your mind and how would you think about teaching these things, right? There's some in here that are really difficult kind of things to teach, and then other ones are simpler and so on. You want to pick another one real quick?
I always like the hexadecimal just because you have 16 fingers. So I explain that the get students to understand why we use base 10 is because we have 10 fingers.
Take your shoes off. Yeah.
And again, just really an important concept. We can embed videos in here. And then you have a little counter here where you can go through and you can see and really good examples of how to convert from one to another. All right, so this is basically a little counter. And then here you can practice over there. And here, this is converting from binary to hex. So it gives you a little step-by-step instructions from converting from binary to hex. So you add that leading 0, and then you represent each one of those by its hexadecimal equivalent. Okay.
And we have faculty members help build these. So if you're interested in help, if there's like, I have a tough time teaching this topic, could you help? Could you create an email to help us do this? We can do that, right? So we had one of our faculty members, it was the star of this email. So we did one on biometrics. And we actually had the faculty member as the animated avatar in the so this is Tony Brown in biometrics.
I don't think he's happy about being the star of this. So again, biometrics, we teach it all the time, but we really focus on, fingerprints and facial scans, but it's so much more than that. And so what this does is allow students to go through and look at the physiological, so retina, fingerprint, voice recognition, hand geometry, of course, our finger geometry and iris recognition. Then behavioral, so something that you do. So gait recognition, how someone walks, voice recognition, keystroke recognition, and then even signature. And so just walks them through all the sort of different approaches to biometrics. And then we have the mission they go through here. Yeah, so Tony has to get into this secure environment. So first he scans his fingerprint. Is that a recording of your garage door opener, John, by the way?
Yeah.
So now facial scan. And it checks to see match. Then we come over here for iris recognition.
What do you do about the audio? So I have my kids doing this, but then it's just the constant.
We can either turn the audio
We
off,
just-
or I have them wear headsets. You can do either one. So, yeah. So you can
Speak the password. Welcome to the Bayou.
You know, a lot of things we can make it both. You make it with and without audio. So if that's a problem, I guess we could just do both.
Because you can stand, you can.
Yeah, so we could
hear like 15 speakers going on simultaneously. Yeah.
Yeah, we could stop there, but then what we do, and this is really the important part, is understanding when you're selecting a biometric authentication option, the performance metrics. So the first one here, false match rate or the false acceptance rate. So again, shows here that again, he gets a match in his face, even though it shouldn't match. Then we have the false non-match rate or false reject rate. And again, you could just turn the volume down on all the computers if you go through this on their own computer. All right, so now in this case, it doesn't match, and Tony's very surprised that his face doesn't match. And then you take the intersection of those, and that's sort of what your goal is. You want to come up with the equal error rate or the crossover error rate where the two intersect. And so you basically minimize the false rejection rate and the false acceptance rate. And then obviously you have failure to enroll, where you have a device that doesn't allow you to enroll your fingerprint. My wife had problems with the old iPhone with the fingerprint reader. She couldn't get it to read her fingerprint. And so I had my fingerprint on it. And so I would always have to come over and unlock the device. Failure to capture rate over here is basically you're trying to capture your fingerprint and it just doesn't capture it. And then some other things like template capacity. How many biometric signatures can we keep? How quickly can we process them? And those are going to be a problem with our capacity in terms of using biometrics. So if somebody has to stand at the airport for a long time to go through with the clear facial scanning at the airport, you know, they won't use that service. All right, what else, John?
Should we go ahead and show the 2D?
Yeah, sure. So I talked about the three things were the eMates. So there's a ton of these eMates. They're free to use. They're self-contained. Some of them also have challenges. And again, some of them here, code injection attacks. We talked earlier about some analogies and real world analogies. So this one basically is code injection. We have a few of these where it's like a storybook. So this is Little Red Riding Hood, which the students know. And so now what's happening is somebody's inserting pages in the story here. So that's the code injection attack.
And this is when your administrator walks in and be like.
All right. So it gives so it tries to come up with sort of a real world analogy to help students understand this. All right. But we have a few of them that do that. Okay. All right. So let's go to, so the career exploration, we have the full-blown 3D version with laptops that we can use. This is the 2D version that just runs in a browser. Let me zoom out a little bit here. So you
How
can
do you
see.
do career exploration now? How do you teach it? How do you teach students about careers in cyber? This is a difficult one because you can't send them to secure web locations. You're not gonna let them in, right? It's a hard thing to enable high school students to see what a cybersecurity person does because they're usually in very secure areas. They have credentials and so on. A lot of companies don't want to really let students in those types of areas, right? So our idea was to create both 2D and 3D environments where students can go in those places, see what they look like, and then learn about like the nature of work, what they do, who do they work with, right? What kind of credentials do they need? What type of school background did they have, right? What were their academic backgrounds? But instead of just doing a PowerPoint, we give them a challenge. We give them a lesson. We give you a lesson to teach. And now we say, okay, go into this environment and see if you can find it. And there's a challenge to find out about these avatars and how they got their jobs and all the types of things, right? So, go ahead, Mike.
So somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was Andrew, about the categories of the NIST-NICE framework. So you have investigate, securely provision. On the second floor of this building, we have collect and operate and maintain, protect and defend. And on the third floor, we have analyze and oversee and govern. So what you can do is you could explore any one of these rooms. So I go in here to operate and maintain. And again, looks like a server farm over here, but I can navigate around with the arrows here. And obviously with the virtual reality, you use the controllers. Go ahead, you were going to say something, John?
Yeah, I was gonna say, the company we work with, we are actually using like pictures and equipment that's in a real facility. So this is about as realistic as you can get, you know, as far as them going through an environment. In fact, these people are pretty similar to people I've run into, and they got those faces.
Yeah, I sat next to this guy on a plane once. So you can click on the room name here, and that gives you the flag here. So these are flags or Easter eggs. So it describes what the purpose of the room is. So that's the Network Operations Center, or the NOC. Then
what is operate and maintain? They got to find out, what does that mean, right? What people do that are working in that range.
So then each avatar you can click, you can get their introduction on what they do. So basically, he's a VPN firewall unified communications specialist, and again, gives you a description of exactly what his job does. So if a student is interested in that, then they can read what that is and see if that's something that would interest them. They can see what credentials he has. So it looks like he has some SAN certifications, and is that a Palo Alto firewall certification there? The education and training, so he has a Bachelor of Science in Cybersecurity, and then the inspiration. So this is, he went to a state university to pursue a career in electrical engineering. A lot of us did that. I'm a mechanical engineer, John's an electrical engineer. So we didn't start in cybersecurity, but he had to take a class on encryption and cryptanalysis, loved the theory and the math, and that's how I chose that.
So the challenge might be, in operate and maintain, what type of degrees do people have, right? Or how many are engineers, or how many are computer scientists, or how many are technicians? So it's not just they go in and get the information. We want them to, the challenge makes them go in and compare them, you know, right? And actually get information from multiple avatars at the same time, right? Or like what kind of projects are they working on? Things like that. They have to go in and investigate things that are in there.
All right, and I'll admit now that John and I cheated a little bit. So some of these avatars, we fed in their information, and then we had it create. We had artificial intelligence create their inspiration. So, but again, for example, you could take that job title and you could go to CyberSeek. The student could go to cyberseek.org. Has anybody used CyberSeek?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a great website to see what kind of jobs are in a particular region. So they could look to see what type of jobs like that are in their region, and then they could basically then drill down in what education, what certification, and then I would also point them to look at the CAE map and see if there's a CAE college or university near them that they could pursue some of these. So here they can click on the flags here, so they can see in the different rooms which flags they've found. They can get a PDF report card that they could provide here. We've only discovered 3 of 90 flags. I think we had a couple students in virtual reality who found all the flags, but here you can go back to the map So you can go to a different floor, and so again, they can explore. So instead of just a dry presentation or a video, it engages them even in 2D here. They can, again, it's HTML5, so they can use it on any device. They could go back to the first floor here. So if we have another student who wants to do it, you can go over here, click on app reset, and this will reset it back, and the new student can click to log in. So this is available on that myemates.org right now, so you can have your students play with this. No audio in here, so you don't have to worry about that. But that's part of our next topic over here. Is we have our developer working on introducing audio. So let me play just a little bit of this. All right, I'm jumping ahead here, John, but I don't want to take up all the time here. So using ChatGPT, our developer has been able to build a prototype here. It's not integrated into the environment, but basically ask a question, it converts it to text, sends it to ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT generates an answer. We convert it back to voice. So here's an example.
What is a cybersecurity analyst?
A cybersecurity analyst is a professional responsible for protecting an organization's computer systems, networks, and best practices across the organization.
How can I become a cybersecurity analyst?
To become a cybersecurity analyst, you typically need a bachelor's degree in computer science, information technology, cybersecurity, or a related field. Additionally, many employers require professional certifications, such as the Certified Information Systems Security Professional, CISP, Certified Information Systems Auditor, CISA, or Certified Ethical Hacker, CEH.
All right, so that's sort of a prototype, but they were able to do that, what, in a week and a half, John? They were able to go from conception to this. And so imagine now we train the AI about all of the different avatars. So now when it asks that last avatar I clicked on about their work as a firewall engineer, they're going to get answers back that a firewall engineer would give. And so, and we're looking.
They can even ask, what skills are most important for the job you do? They can talk about communications or problem solving, but you can teach it in depth about each one of these avatars, so it'd be totally sort of interactive with the student, right? And learn every time that it interacts with the student, learns more and more about types of questions you could expect, things like that. Because we're always worried about, the bad impact of AI, which there's some negative potentials for artificial intelligence, but there's also some really great ways that we could use this in education to enhance the learning process. So, and by the way, we can actually get rid of those computer voices. We have an example of one that we used AI to generate real voices. You want to show them that one real quick? Want to bring up the time on them?
Sure, I'll bring that up.
Here's how we use AI to do voice generation.
No, we need to go here. I have too many windows open here. All right, so let's go back to our eMates. And if we go to, I think it's under networking. And again, if your students struggle with subnetting, really great resources here on subnetting. So class A, class B, class C, that would just make you a world of difference with students. So if we go to OSI model fundamentals. All right, let me zoom in for that one.
Now created with AI. Listen to the difference. It's crazy. Just skip these. We don't have to go through the OSI model. Go to the next. This one's teaching encapsulation of OSI model. I just want to check the voices.
All right, so here we go.
The application layer creates an encapsulation header that identifies what type of data is being transmitted. This data could range from text, pictures, audio, video, or other types of information. The header data may also include instructions for the lower layers like data encryption information, address information for people, devices, or networks. It may
The
include other
presentation layer
information from the
encapsulation
user
appends
and/or their
information to the header
applications
identifying
that are needed
information
by the
related
lower
to three
layers of
major
the OSI
operations.
model.
Oh, good. All right. So I clicked it before it finished and now I had the two voices going at once.
We have every layer at a different voice, and you can put all kinds of
The
variations.
application layer creates an encapsulation header that identifies what type of data is being transmitted.
All right.
This data could range from text, pictures, audio,
So
video, or other.
But I'm not going to go through them all. But again, John, we've got a bunch of voices in there. We have a British man. We have, I think, a British woman. So again, you can do all sorts of variety there. But you can see how those voices are much more realistic than the voices that we had in the AI.
Wasn't British.
British?
No, it was Australian.
Australia. Oh, I'm sorry. I stand corrected. All right.
The other one put it was South African, or English was South African, but it's crazy what you can pick for it. So
yeah,
let's do the last one. We're out of time, but we just want to let you know, we also have a 3D version of this with the full goggles, and they can literally walk through the room and interface and talk with the avatars, right? That one we're really designing for events. So like if you had a Gen Cyber camp or something like that, what the idea is we're going to have this environment that we could ship to you for your Gen Cyber event. So if there are CAE related events, we're going to have one in each region eventually, and you can bring these things in. You could have it on a big screen, and you can literally have 4 students in this environment interfacing with different types of challenges. Right now, it's just career exploration, but in the future, we want to have things like ethical case studies, tabletop exercises, and eventually we could even do networking and technical types of things. But using AI, 2D and 3D to enhance instruction. Anything you want to add, Mike?
Well, again, the other nice thing about this is that we have 4 laptops that we have groups of laptops that we can provide to a school that wants to do this. And so they can basically take those laptops, they network them together, and you're going to see in a second here, you're going to see multi-user. So you're going to have 4 avatars. So each of the students shows up in this environment. The other thing we're going to have them, this is going to be like a simulator where they can go in here and do a lab. So our NetLab environment that Yuri demonstrated, we're going to be able to pass that through here, and students will be able to do a lab in this environment. So it's almost like a flight simulator, but for cybersecurity. All right, let's get our avatars are coming in soon. But imagine now it's a multi-user environment. You can interact with your classmates. We haven't done it across networks, like from one location to another, so they have to be physically in the same place. But imagine now these are what the avatars. Apparently, we have no legs in the multiverse.
We're seeing the old generate AI demo with the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You probably get rid of those names if you wanted to get.
All right, so let's see here. So you're not seeing that. All right, let me share that. I don't know. I thought I had. So I was talking about something and nobody was seeing what I was talking about. Okay. All right. Oh, there it is. So again, this is actually a video from inside the 3D environment. So when let's go fast forward. So you actually pick an avatar here. So you pick an avatar for yourself. You have to type your name here in this keyboard, and let's just go forward. So you can see, again, you have to navigate with the virtual reality and the controllers. I turned the volume down here so we don't see the volume, but let's jump ahead here where they're in the room here with the little avatars here. Apparently, some of these employees here in this secure environment are not happy to be visited. You know, I'd like to get a smile once in a while. When we did this with students, some of the students, they think it's a game. So we had a young woman who was punching the avatar. So she kept moving the controllers and punching the avatars. But so here is the the multiplayer with the avatars there. And again, as John said, there's no limit to what we can do with this environment. So right now it's career exploration. It can become tabletop exercises. It can become all sorts of different activities. We could set it up to simulate interviews, so a virtual interview. So instead of a student trying to interview for the first time with an employer in real life, we could set it up where the artificial intelligence can ask the questions and the student responds and then gets back responses. So they could practice interviewing over and over again with different avatars until they get comfortable with it. Okay.
It looks like one of the players is watching you intensely there.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, she is. She is.
All right. I think we'll move on. We're running out of time. So we got lots of, we could go on and on, but the last thing that they're going to go through is some of the other resources and how to sign up for these classes. So if you want to get access to these things, how you do it.
Okay, thank you, everyone. All right.
So Christine and I are just going to go through real quick access and scheduling for faculty opportunities, because a big part of also what we're trying to share with you are pathways and ways that faculty, especially high school faculty, can get up to speed in different skills, get exposure to different technologies, new technologies that they may want to add to their classes. We're not only talking about ring curriculum here, so this is going to be a more general approach to this. We recently switched over from the Cassia website. So if you've ever gone to the Cassia website, now we're transitioning to Insight.
And we're going to migrate half of the content from Cassia to Insight and some to our new educational pathway networks. EPNC. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chuck. Sorry.
Yeah. So so the way that you find out about the different training opportunities is there's a couple of different ways. So I'll go through both of them. One way is to go to the I want to and upcoming events. And so you can scroll through and you can see there's a lot of activities. Most of these are virtual. In fact, I'd say 99% of these are virtual. So, it can line up perfectly with a high school schedule. We have, if you go to May, we have one up and coming. Christine and I are going to be teaching 21st century learning design with Microsoft classroom tools. So on the 5th and 6th of May, and that's a virtual class. That aligns with a lot of the learning approaches that we're going to be taking in the near future with cybersecurity.
And one thing to note on this version of the calendar, you'll see all activities, like a lot of activities from the CAE community. They post a lot of them, so they try to inform you that way. But if you were to say you want to sign up for our course, it gives you a description. One thing to note too is that you can get a stipend to take this course. So they don't expect you to do this for free. So they do offer stipends so that it can provide you with funding for your time, or also to take one of the certification exams. So there's a lot of different certification exams coming up, and the summer is the best time to do it. You'll have a little less time in the classroom, but more time to kind of focus on the cert exams. But if you're to register, you can get to their Wild Apricot website, which then gives you, that's the registration system. It gives you, there's a wait list for our course.
Wow, wait list.
That if you go up to the events calendar.
A lot of Chuck Bales attended that class. I
Oh, I
don't
know. If you look, it says John Sands.
Yeah.
Oh.
We might have a big drop off once they find Christine and Chuck.
There's lots of room, you guys. But if you email us, then sometimes we can get you in too. So some people at the last minute cancel, so we can always get you in. But you'll see they have the classes from Onsite here too. So there's the automotive security and car hacking. Now that's in Colorado, but some of these opportunities, they will offset the cost of your travel. And then that's especially true of the CAE community. You'll see sometimes opportunities afforded to us, and they'll compensate you either for your time or to offset the cost of travel too. Oh, one thing too is that if you have students that are graduating that might have an interest in teaching one day in cyber, we're hosting a fellowship. So we're trying to impart good teaching strategies to our students so that one day they can become teachers in cyber, especially underrepresented, underserved, so that people can see themselves in the classroom and the teacher. So we're developing future cybersecurity teachers to try to fill that gap in the capacity.
Yeah, especially people from KU and KU State, if you have students that, even if they don't want to be a full-time faculty member, but let's say they would be interested in adjunct, have them contact us because it's 3 parts. They get paid for each part of it. So there's a workshop they get paid for, then there's an orientation workshop, then there's a camp that they do, and then they get paid to actually do some student teaching. It's limited, but they don't have to commit to being full-time, even if they just said at some point they want to be an adjunct teacher.
And in their class, they only have to deliver, they assist the faculty member, and they only have to deliver 1 lesson. So it gives them an idea, like maybe, or like they can get that relevant work experience and come back to the classroom. But it gets their feet wet, because a lot of us, like, especially like, I don't know, community college, because we don't have an undergraduate teaching degree, we're subject matter experts, and we're like, we never even thought of ourselves as teachers. When you find yourself as a teacher, that equips you with those skill set to help you facilitate your teaching methodologies. Also, it kind of confirms that you're doing the right thing in the classroom. You might not know what the pedagogical theories are, but you're like, hey, I do that. That's how I am, but so I'm not gonna enforce it on you. But these are some of the resources available to you. So we're not just saying, okay, here's all this wonderful curriculum. If you need assistance and need to develop your skill set, here are the things that you can do to kind of either refurbish your skill set or gain a new skill set in a field that you want, and also aid in your instruction. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just have a quick comment. I think it's really a good idea to reach out to school of education. As far as I know, many people there are interested in cybersecurity education. We have some collaborative projects with them. And the point here is our students in School of Engineering, ECS, they know cybersecurity. They don't know how to teach.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And students in School of Education, they know how to teach. They don't have enough background on cybersecurity. So these courses are really good for them.
Yeah, and we do both sides. So we're taking someone that has the skills and teaching them pedagogy and classroom management skills. Or if we have someone that has some teaching experience, we're giving them we're basically teaching the wing curriculum.
Yeah, I mean, we have to remember that while we're trying to build the capacity for the career, we also have to build capacity in the instructors too, because we can't have one without the other. And we know from personal experience, I'm sure everyone here knows about how difficult it is to find a cybersecurity instructor at the high school level, the college level, because a lot of times that's a pay cut for them if they have the licensure and credentials. So.
And not to confuse you, this is the NSITE Center, NCYT. NC, I can't with our NSITE .net. But just for the time being until we migrate over the CAPSIA website, just a couple things I want to show you on this website. If you go to they're very, there's a lot of stuff on this, the content that we're rich resources, but you'll see if you go to projects. And under current projects, we have the project that brings us here today, which is the Midwest Hub collaboration with the Department of Education. So later on this week, everything that we discussed, all the PowerPoints, the video recordings, in case you want to share it with your colleagues, will be available. So to give you a sample of what it looks like, our last one was Nebraska, so I can't say that today. I said that yesterday. But we record all of the meeting. And then identify who spoke, so you can reach out to them if you have questions. And then if there's any links, so if you're interested, you're like, I didn't get that ring sign up. Well, it's right here. There's Gen Fiber materials that you can access, the ring material. Here's the link to get to the community resources. And if they will give you that export package if you write them. So for the Canvas. The one thing I found with Canvas, the trick I found is if you get an export, you can change the extension from IM or SBC to that zip, and it opens it up like a file system. So it's one way to kind of, I found that on accident, or they have to accident. If you change the file, if you change the file extension of the Canvas export from their IMSCC to .exe, .zip, you can open it like a file, like a folder, and get to all the resources. So you don't have to download them each by one at a time. That's a pain in the bottom.
It's a little hack.
Yeah, I was trying to get like 20 files. I'm like, why am I wasting my time? So they have to share that was a happy accident. So that's about our project, but a couple of additional things. We have training. And again, this is going to get migrated, but just so you're aware of all the different certification trainings that are upcoming.
Like,
Oh, I was Tom though. Here we have the Microsoft
oh,
Azure
there it is.
technology.
Go back a month, you'll see exactly how it's doing.
Oh, yeah. So go back to, let me see if I can, it should be listed in Sphere format. Here they are. So here's our 21st century. Here's ISACA, CIFA, CompTIA Security Plus. So if you're like, I wonder if you're re-upping or you upskill your certification, try to get this, or continuing education. But these are all available. So, and Chuck and I teach an IoT class. So if you're interested in IoT, on the site too, just to give you an idea, those are our workshops. We have something called the IoT Educators Academy. We saw one of our academy scholars yesterday. But it just brings our students through what IoT is, basic electronics concepts, IoT fundamentals, so that they understand how to secure those in the network.
We teach this to instructors so that they can then teach it to their students.
You get all the materials.
We give you all the materials, all the PowerPoints, all the quizzes, all the exams and everything. You can do it virtually, or you can buy kits to do it with your students. And then we also have, Christine's going to show, we also have some standalone workbooks. It's designed to integrate with a multidisciplinary cybersecurity, electronics, programming kind of.
And it's all through Tinkercad, which is free. So the free resource, it also teaches students how to code in either Blockly or actual code, but it's completely free. You can build all of the projects this way. And that's what we did. We modular, I said that wrong, but so that you can incorporate one lesson or 7 lessons or take the whole entire course. So just so that if you have that inquisitive student and you're trying to like give them something to do, like here you go. Because I mean, sometimes you have those students that are way ahead, but we walk through, we have a series of steps that we have a make it where they build the components of the project and wire it. They wire it together based on the schematic, and then we give them the code. Well, this one didn't have code, but we explain what code is and stuff. And one thing to note too is that the full course that we offer maps to an Arduino fundamental certification. So your students leave with the certification. The certification is $30. So it's an affordable price point. It's not like Security Plus where you're like to work for 5 weeks. It's pretty pricey unless you get educational discount. But this is all free for you to use, and we will give you our whole entire Canvas course. We'll put you, you'll have access to everything, and that's to help ease the barrier of entry for you to teach a course or a couple modules of the course. Sorry, Chuck. I get excited. I'm like, this is so much fun.
So the 3 things you may want to keep an eye out is these fill up like immediately. So you've seen the ring course is already full. We're going to be offering 2 high school teacher ring courses this summer. You will get a stipend if you take the course. It's 100% online. We take 16 to 20 teachers per class. So we'll probably offer one in June and another one in July. So if you're interested, keep an eye out on the website. We'll put the word out. Stan will let all the CAEs in the 10-state region know, but those classes fill pretty quickly because you get paid to attend too. So if you're interested in teaching Ring or just want to know how to use the different parts of Ring in your class, that's what that one's all about. And we have a short net lab course. It's a 1-dayer. It's only a couple hours. Again, you get paid, but the beauty of that one is if you take that class, we will give you access to NetLab so you can now use it in your classroom. Okay, and that's a big value because if you had to pay for cloud-based access to a virtual network, it's pretty expensive, right? But that gets you free access to NetLab, it gets you credentials as a teacher, and then you can start to use it. This is only available to high school teachers though, so we're not doing this in college. These are the deliverables we have for high school teachers. And then we're gonna have 2 workshops this summer where we're going to bring teachers in, and they're just gonna be like incubators. We're gonna sit down with some of the new technologies that are out there and build content and pay. I mean, you'll get paid as a developer. You get all your travel gets paid for, but it'll be the first week of August. It'll back up against the SIAD conference in Chicago. But it pays you to come out, and then for the 3 days that you work on the project.
A boot camp incubator.
Yeah, boot camp. It'll be fun because we're going to break up with like 4 or 5 teachers per team, and then each team will actually learn how to use some of these tools and build things with them. And then we share it with everyone. So we're going to do it. So. Okay.
And that's high school and college instructors.
Yes, that one's both high school and college. Yeah. Okay. And we're going to probably base it on the M5 stack, right?
Yeah, M5 stack is what we're going to base that incubator on, which is kind of like it's an ESP32 based Raspberry Pi-ish Bluetooth Wi-Fi enabled.
Just joined us again.
System.
Want to give us our last CAE?
You want to? Yeah.
Are you guys finishing up?
I think we're done.
We're done. Just, so one last thing, and you can always reach out to us, but if you have ideas for workshops too, we always entertain those. We're here to help provide you with the resources necessary to do success.
Yeah, if you know how NSA dollars work, NSF dollars work, and so on, if you ask for money to do something, you better spend it. So we are spending the money this year. So if you want to be part of these, get into it. I mean, and you'll get the benefit of it. You know?
Spend.
Mortal sin of federal grants, not spending the money, right?
All right.
Hey, Sergio from Wichita State, I noticed you were able to join us again. We wanted to give you a couple minutes to speak about your CAE. Are you out there?
Hello, yes, I'm here. Sorry, I had to step out, but yeah, thanks for the opportunity to.
Did you need, are you going to have some slides, Sergio, or?
No, I'm actually had to step out of the office, but I can just briefly describe what we're doing.
Yeah.
With the K12 community. So we have consistently been holding a summer boot camp for high school students at Wichita State. And that's been going really well. It's essentially a CTF where we bring them in and, just teach them about cybersecurity for 2 weeks. And we hold that with 2 groups of high school students. The first group is, I suppose, traditional high school students. And the second group is visually high school students who have visual challenges. Some of them are completely blind. Some of them may still have some vision through a nonprofit called Envision here at in Wichita. So that's also been going very well. We've also started a few 2+2 articulation agreements with several community colleges in Kansas, and we've been trying to expand that to. The idea is to have those articulation agreements with all of the community colleges in Kansas. So far, I think there's maybe 3 or 4, and we're still working with a few others to expand that. And in terms of sharing the curriculum with other institutions, I guess that's been kind of challenging because of the workload that we have here at Wichita State. We're just trying to catch up with classes and our CAE responsibilities and commitments. So I think this is really helpful for us to have a starting point to reach out to high schools, community colleges in the region to share our curriculum with them, and also maybe collaborate with maybe KU and K-State, Fort Hays, and see what we can share between these institutions as well.
Well, great. Thank you, Sergio. Glad you're able to make it back on. Get a chance to introduce
thank you.
to the group. Thank you. And just for the record, there's two CAE institutions in your state, Butler and Fort Hayes, that weren't able to join us today, but if those happen to be closer to you, definitely reach out to them and try to connect and collaborate and share resources or take their resources. So a lot of good stuff happening in Kansas, it sounds like.
All right, we can wrap this up now. So I'm just going to give you our call to action, what we're looking for. Basically, again, if you want to take advantage of any of these resources, first of all, you can probably contact your CAEs because we're in contact usually with the CAEs. So if the high school or high school districts are interested in using any of these, you need help, I'm sure you can talk to Andrew or the other CAEs, or you can contact us directly. If you're looking for access to the course, we showed you how to register for it, for the WING curriculum. But the real call for action that we're asking for is, what can we do to help build stronger pathways? What can we do to, because what we know, we're competing in the high schools with every other program that's out there. I mean, cyber is not the only thing that has a shortage, right? There's a shortage of nurses, there's a shortage of teachers, there's a shortage of bus drivers, right? I mean, there's shortages in all over our workforce today, right? So what kinds of things can we do at the high school level to attract students, both the best of the best and a diverse workforce into cybersecurity? So if you have ideas, that's what we're doing as a national center, is that we are reaching out to schools, and if there are things that we can invest in to help them, that's what we want to do, right? So you can see there's lots of things we can do for career orientation. If it would help to have like a workshop for your advisors and counselors, about the different kinds of jobs in cyber, we'd be happy to do that, or have some type of statewide meeting for promoting those with advisors and counselors, because we know that's where it sort of starts. And I was an ex-high school teacher, I sort of know how it works. So hopefully we're meeting the gap with content. I think you can see we have a plethora of content, and there's all kinds of other content out there. Our big motivation with content is trying to lower the cost of content. So you have stuff that's free, right? And that's what we've been trying to do. And opportunities, because you're not the only one that's been stuck in a classroom that, you're teaching cyber now. I know how that was. I was an electronics teacher, and they're like, okay, now you're teaching math, right? Or history or whatever, right? But what we do have are opportunities in the summer that if you want to sit through a class to enhance skills in certain areas, not only can you learn that, but you can also be paid to do it, because we don't expect teachers to have to volunteer their time to do that. So, and in some cases, travel to some of these events, you can network with other people. Part of what we want to do is build a community of best practice. So if it's attending one of the NSA events at Moraine or at other places, in many cases, there's funding to do that. So you should work with us, but also your first line is your CAE, and that's why we bring all the CAEs here, because that's really part of your responsibility as a CAE. But if we can help, we'll help with it, But it's important. I like to show two videos, and I'm going off script a little here, but there's a video that sort of captures for my students why this is important. I just want to show you that video. We didn't have time to do this yesterday. I was like this.
We don't know what John's going to do either, so we're all
careful.
I know.
Right.
Keep going.
You guys seen this?
I don't know if you're sharing, John.
Oh yeah, I'll pull it up. Awesome.
Weird, I shared to the Zoom audience.
Do you have volume on here? Is there audio? No.
Yeah, I'm coming through here for sure. Yeah, we've been. Yeah, it's the same audio as we've been having.
Why didn't it play that? It's not playing the audio.
Yeah, YouTube settings, something.
Not here.
Are you muted yourself?
Maybe we're muted on.
Yeah, it would show it here too.
Check your audio settings. maybe.
I think maybe Kasani blew out the speakers with his.
All the bells.
I wonder if one of us could, who's in the Zoom meeting can pull it up and then you'd be able to,
Oh, you want to do it?
I can, I'll find it.
You can share yours.
Oh, John, is it?
Maybe my.
Cisco Cyber Hero.
Yeah, no, it's CompTIA Cybersecurity Bureau.
It was 11 years ago.
Oh, yeah, you know, I used it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm.
It's weird because we have. Yes.
Okay, bye.
Sharing.
Oh, there's a loop. Someone,
You gotta mute, yeah, gotta mute.
is everyone muted?
on smart side. Okay.
All right, Jim. That's right.
Okay.
I think you're fine now.
Yeah. But I think it's a relevant video. I like to give it to career counselors and advisors and stuff like that too, because I mean, it really is a constant threat and it's gonna be, it's not going away, that's for sure. And it's probably gonna get worse with AI, so. But anyhow, that's our program. That's what we're here for. If we can help you, let us know. We'll be in touch and we hope you're in touch with us. Anyone interested in helping with any of those development teams, make sure you reach out to us because we do have funding and we're always looking for additional people on the teams. Right. And I think that's it. I appreciate you hosting this, Andrew, all the work to set us up.
Yeah, you're very welcome. One quick note, there is food. If you have a hungry teenager or if you're just gonna eat something later, take it, because if you don't have to eat, I don't think anything good happens to it. Probably just for the way. Take it with you.
Something like that. So. Thanks, Mike. Gary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more state, we're done.
Wow.